We are back, and now tonight, brothers and sisters from around the world, it's time for a hate or debate. We haven't done one in a while, but it is far overdue and very much worthy to have for Shannon Sharpe. For Shannon Sharpe here, man, I told you all what was coming. I told you all what was going to happen, and of course, the hits keep on coming. Shannon Sharpe is finding himself sued for defamation. What? Absolutely spurious. Look it up. Absolutely questionable and ridiculous claim. So, of course, every rat bag, carpet bagging booger has come along and decided, let's see if there's a paycheck in there. As you can see here, and we're going to go into all the details here of this and more. So we're just going to go ahead and jump right into it. It says that just weeks after he settled a $50 million sexual assault lawsuit, a woman is suing Sharpe in a $20 million defamation suit, claiming that he created a false narrative about her marital status in his podcast. Now, let me show you exactly what it is that occurred. Shannon was with on his nightcap program with Chad Ochocinco. The woman in particular here, she's a bit of a hefty one, but she was at an Usher concert, so Usher, of course, went to the low-hanging fruit because he's got bills to pay. And as you can see, take a look at the video here for yourselves. You can see Usher's doing what he's doing. Now, this is a married woman, apparently. And take a look at that. As far as I'm concerned, ain't no marriage. If that's your wife right there, there is no marriage. Look at the arms on her. She's twice as big as Usher in both directions. Damn! Oh, her and her plus-size friends next to him. So anyway, yeah, that was the video right there. Now, we've all seen this with the Chris Brown concerts and whatnot. So, by the way, fellas, if your woman is talking about an Usher concert, you don't have a wife. You're the guy she settled for. Damn! If your woman is talking about a Chris Brown concert, you don't have a fiance. Yeah, Chris is for the younger chick, so you ain't got a fiance, dude. If your chick is talking about she got to go to the Chris Brown concert, you don't have a fiance. You're just the guy she settled for, and you're going to pay the bills while she fantasizes about being in bed with Chris Brown. So to all the fellas out there still living in denial, hey, do what you do. Just don't ask the rest of us to play dumb along with you. But fellas, that's the pecking order. They don't even talk about Keith Sweat. So those are the two right there, Usher and Chris Brown. If your wife is over the hill, aged out, post-wall, she's going to Vegas for that Usher residency, so Usher can go ahead and shave off some of that money you gave her. Oh, baby, we just going for a girl's trip. This is what no woman wants to be away from her man with a bunch of chicks unless you ain't really that dude. So you can take a look at what's happening, whether it's Keke, Palmer, or whatever. There they are. By the way, and if the white dudes think they safe, just take a look behind Usher right there. Damn! So even for the white fellas, if you want to know what your chick was doing, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. What happened in Vegas might be Usher. And deal with it. What happened in Vegas to your woman might be Usher. So, just saying. But for all the post-wall females, for all the aged-out chicks, you know, the chicks who were in middle school back in the 90s, or high school back in the 90s, or maybe even college back in the 90s, fellas, you better take that seriously. If she tells you that Usher was her crush, and she had pictures of Usher on the wall back in the 90s, oh, dude, she been waiting for that ship to come in ever since. She been waiting for that ship to come in ever since. Post-wall, post-baby body, postpartum. Yeah, she been waiting a minute. So for the fellas who don't take this seriously, I'm not joking right now. When I told you about the list, and I put up the list, by the way, on my post tab here on YouTube. Tats, brats, ats, pets, plants, pills, vegan, vapes, videos. Yeah, if your chick is on that list. So, by the way, Yeah, that's the way this goes. So, of course, Chad and them, they were telling the truth, and she got embarrassed. So she wants to find out, is there an ambulance chaser out there? And, of course, there will be. By the way, her name is Jimalita Tillman.
Oh, please.
Jimalita Tillman. So for all the clowns out there who, I don't know, I guess the short bus dropped you off and you landed on your head, talking about you got to watch out for the white women. By the way, Jimalita wants to see if she can sue her way out of Section 8 or something similar, I suspect. And that's what's going on there. That's what's going on there. So I warned. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, in case you didn't know, let me go ahead and show it to you. Yeah, there's the video right there on your screen. This is from the Sun. Take a look. Scroll right down. He's being sued for $20 million. In the court documents exclusively obtained by the U.S. Sun, the woman Jimalita Tillman is suing Sharpe as well as his nightcap co-host Chad Ochocinco Johnson and the podcast production company Shay Shay Media. So, yes, this is Jimalita, and she looks like a Jimalita. She looks like a Jimalita, so take a look at them arms. I mean, them arms tell the tale. Them arms tell the tale. And on some of that stuff that if they got closer up on them, you can see it's like, okay, Usher, I hope she don't get hungry. But matter of fact, somebody put up on there, Auntie, please. Yeah, you can see this right here. There you go. She is looking down at Usher, but she's like, that's okay. So in any case, yeah, that was what happened there. And I'm going over this for a reason. I warned what would happen. I warned that if Shannon settled that case, I'm like, bruh, you got to be in it to win it. If you settle this, especially after Diddy opened the damn floodgates. Diddy opened the floodgates, and all of the scumbag attorneys out there who didn't do well in law school and they looking to sue their way to profitability because they just hating on life because that law degree didn't really work out for them. This is what's going on now. Everybody thinks they can sue for a check now. They're looking, the slip and fall attorneys, the folks who used to run around suing people at department stores and grocery stores, those people. Well, now they're running around looking to see, is there anybody we can sue and intimidate? Just stick them up, nigga. Extortion. This is what's going on now. So I said, I said, Shannon, I'm like, there's going to be others now. And I showed the first one before, chick from a decade ago talking about he raped her. I'm like, okay, now there's others. Now the criminal, anything in the bunch, people, nothing criminal. Let me get a bag. And I warned what would happen. And here we are. Like right now, he's actually facing 3 lawsuits. By the way, he's actually facing 3 lawsuits right now, other than the one he just settled. There's 3 others now. 3. But tonight, for our hate debate, and I will open up the line so that you can go ahead and, if you disagree with me, I want to make sure you're at the front of the line because some folks will. Because I want to let you know you're wrong. Particularly the men out here. There are a lot of men who are just wrong. Just wrong. And I gotta say, I said it here before, there's a whole lot of hater energy going on. It really, really is. And you know why it is. Now, Diddy, as you all know, I've never been a friend to Diddy. Never have been. Not a friend to Shannon Sharpe. Never have been highly critical of both of them. I got videos going back years, so I don't have to make up anything on the fly. My track record on that is absolutely solid and platinum. But I am also an adherent to objectivity and rationality and justice. And I'm not going to sign up for something just because maybe you underachieved in life and you're really kind of upset about that. And so you get on the internet, and when you see somebody who's been more successful than you at something for whatever reason, here you go. And some of that single mama hater energy bubbles up in you, particularly from males. And there was something that I started noticing. Now, I'm not going to put folks on blast here, but I do want to talk about something. Now, a few days ago, Shannon had come out and announced that him and ESPN announced that Shannon Sharpe would not be returning. So he was hoping that after the lawsuit was settled, maybe he'd be able to return to ESPN. Most everybody else knew that was not going to happen. Maybe he was holding out hope against hope, but that was not going to occur. So ESPN announced that they were not going to have him back. And so you started seeing this kind of picture going around, like the one on your screen here. You started seeing that go around. And you got to be careful because as black men in particular, you see a bunch of folks, they love doing victory laps. And this is why you got to be 10 toes down before this happens. But if they think they got you on the ropes, they start doing victory laps. Because if you're a black male, everybody's praying that you'll fail. Well, that also extends to some of the effeminate, effete, single mama energy dudes out there. And there's a lot of them who are battling with that. And the internet gives them an opportunity to express what they really are. This guy here was on my Facebook friends list somehow. And take a look at what he posted here, and it speaks for itself. Fellas, you got to learn how to avoid lust and hypersexuality. That's the devil's work. Watch out for women who carry the spirit of Jezebel and Atalia. So some of these Tyler Perry watching dudes, there are a lot of soap opera watching, Tyler Perry watching dudes. Okay. But I actually had questioned him on my page, and he folded like laundry. It didn't go well at all because I asked a simple question here. Hypersexuality. What the hell is that? This sounds like some cousin to toxic masculinity. Fellas, you got to watch out for hypersexuality. When was the last time that a white male was accused of being, quote, hypersexual? And what exactly is a hypersexual black male? What do you mean by hypersexual? What does that mean? Fellas, you got to watch out for, you're not sexual, you're hypersexual. What is that? You have to avoid lust. What is lust? What is lust? What in the world is that? And why is it that for all these white men out here, dudes are dead silent for Shannon Sharpe? Well, you black like me, so I figure I can take you down. Actually, you still can't, but keep wishing. But fellas, you have to learn how to avoid lust and hypersexuality. Why, fellas? So we can all be like you?
Nigga, please.
So we all need to avoid, quote, lust and hypersexuality, whatever in the hell that is, so we can all be like this random fella on Facebook. That's the guy we all need to be like. Huh. Okay. I'll pass. By the way, for anybody who thinks that I would be unfair about it, I was not. Let me go ahead and show I have not my receipts, but my invoices. I don't just tell you what you paid. I tell you what you owe. This was him on my Facebook page. This was him there. He said, really? Engaging in race play with a white woman is white supremacist work. He demonized himself once he tried to play the boyfriend role with a 304, okay, with a hoe. Well, I don't do being censored, all right? He demonized himself Once he tried to play the boyfriend role with a hoe. When did he try to play the boyfriend role? So you got to understand some of that 65 mama's energy. They just start saying anything. Oh, you're completely lying. Okay, say it anyway. If you feel it, it's just as real as if it happened, right? Okay. To which I said, you were demonizing black male sexuality with derogatory terms and slurs like hypersexuality and lust. That is the same tactic white supremacists and feminists use. How is it hypersexual? Now, these are very straightforward questions, folks, that he can address. How is it hypersexual? How does that, what does that even mean? How is it different from ordinary sexuality? What is lust? And now, how is that a bad thing? Now that you've been reminded again of what your mistake was, it's time to do some reflection on how you crossed over into a self-hating worldview and posted it online. Good time to grow and mature. But of course, single mamas don't raise mature people who grow. They raise little boy girls who shrink. To which he responded, he attempted to do it. He said, hypersexuality is just when you're out of control. Okay. When you're out of control with it and it's causing problems in your daily life. What was out of control? Where was Shannon, quote, what was the out of control part about Shannon? Just because Shannon had more access to more women than you, that doesn't make Shannon hypersexual. Simply because he's got way more sexual options than you for whatever reason, and he's willing to partake in some, that doesn't make him hypersexual just because he's got more sexual options than you. So that doesn't make any sense. Lust is bad because it controls you and clouds your judgment. You won't think clearly when your main focus is sex. This is basic info that men should learn to save them. The wordplay might have changed over the years, but it's the same advice. To which I responded, where was the hypersexuality in the Shannon Sharpe case? Same thing I said before. How is it hypersexual? How is it? What does it mean? He didn't explain it. I said again, where was the hypersexuality in the Shannon Sharpe case? By the way, he doesn't answer. As you can see, he doesn't respond after this, which means you've been debunked. If you consult a dictionary, the prefix hyper simply means to do something much more than is normal or sustainable. Simply wanting to do something doesn't make it hyper. So hopefully you won't go down that dead-end alley, right? Well, he didn't respond, so clearly he gave up on that one. And if you're going to say anything that, quote, causes problems in your daily life suddenly constitutes being hypersexual, then you're arguing that men should stop all sexual activity since every man has had a relationship that has complicated his daily life in some way. So anything men engage with would be hypersexual at that point. Folks, if what I'm saying is not mathematically accurate, tell me where the mathematical factual flaw is. If you're going to say, well, it's interfering with your daily life. If a fella gets married and then the chick stabs him in the back and files divorce, that's interfering with your daily life. That's disrupting your daily life. So would that make you hypersexual? We've been married for 20 years. Does that make you hypersexual? Does that make you lustful? But I went even further because, of course, destroying ignorant lack of knowledge or logic is what I do. Married men end up in court every day behind women they are sexual with, complicating their lives. And if you're trying to say just because you're focused on sex that you're not thinking clearly, that's just flat out false and not mathematically accurate. You can want any number of things really badly and still be thinking clearly. So, how was Shannon Sharpe's behavior or situation hypersexual? And as you all can see, no response. So the bad logic was destroyed. If you all agree with that, give me the hammer emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. There's over 1,500 people in here live in just the first 15 minutes. But if I'm offending people's sensibilities, I'll go ahead and wrap things up early. But if you all agree that debunked all that nonsense right there, give me the hammer emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. Otherwise, I figure we just got a lot of logic haters here tonight, and we certainly can do better things with a Friday than that. If I'm offending your sensibilities, we'll go ahead and let that go. But the reason why I came to this was not just because of that, because you see, I found that to be interesting. I found that to be interesting because I'm trying to figure out where dudes pick this up from. That they're wagging the finger at other black males and saying, we need to police other black males' sexuality. That's the real point. That they've deputized themselves to say that we need to police other black males' sexuality. And that word lust, I'm like, that's a religious term. This is being used in a religious context. Why would you come to the internet and say something, a religious term in a religious context? Why would you say something like that? And then I must have said too much because YouTube must have heard me, because there's a YouTuber, Chizazed. I don't know him, don't know the background or whatever, but couldn't help but notice that this was, YouTube has suggested a video to me from him, so they must have been listening. Damn! Yeah. Lust destroys great men. So when you have fellas who have not achieved 1/100th of the people that they're talking about, and they're claiming that the issue is, well, I'm more moral than you. I'm more moral than you are. So what gives me the ability to wag my finger and criticize you, I'm not as accomplished, I'm not as known, I'm not as intelligent, but I'm more moral than you. How do you measure morality? How do you measure it? Are you 5% more moral, 20%, 50%, 3.5%, 7.2%? How much more moral are you? Asking for a friend. Do you see the arguments that are being leveled to all of the lying ass kissers out there and brain dead clowns who have tried to say that the Diddy issue is about legality, and then we just debunked that. Now you're looking really stupid. Now you're seeing that, well, what you're really talking about. You're really talking about, oh, well, I'm here to judge morality, not legality, morality. And of course, you're going to set yourself up as the moral authority, and that somehow you're immune. Here's the issue. Dude, no disrespect. You haven't had the same issue as Shannon Sharpe because you're not as significant and you're not as paid as he is. Not because you're more moral than him. It's not because you are less sinful. It's because you're far less rich than he is.
And deal with it, nigga.
That's the difference. The difference isn't you're less sinful and you're less tempted. You're just way less significant and way less rich. And I'm not saying that to be insulting. I'm saying that is the mathematical, measurable reality. And you got an issue with it because what you're trying to, some fellas think they can make themselves feel better. Look, I've been in the room with these folks. You all know I've talked to millionaires and billionaires, and I ain't got to make it up or fabricate it. Mine is on the record. You've seen it. We're going to leave it right there. I was never jealous They did things that I don't do. They've engaged in behavior that I don't do. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't do any of the vices, as they call them. I don't do any of that. And I've never walked into a room with any of these men and thought that they were better than me because they had more money, nor did I think that I was better than them because, I don't engage in certain activities or certain vices or go certain places. I never made it a contest of I'm a better person. So that never became a fight. So when these situations occur, I can be objective because I'm not looking to say, okay, I need something to happen to you so that I can say I'm better on some completely intangible, immeasurable metric. Can we just be honest? Can we just keep it legit? Fellas, can you just turn around and just say, hey, my name is Daryl and I'm a hater? Just keep it real. Just say that. Just say, hey, dude's more paid, dude's more popular, the chicks dig him, dude has more personality, dude has more swag, dude can sing better than me, dude can dance better than me. He gets a different reception, more passionate, he gets better results. Everybody knows his name, not too many folk know mine. And it kind of bruises your ego there a little bit. And just say that. At least then you would be honest and consistent, and that would work. But when y'all go off and do this goofy stuff, when you do this right here, I want you to understand, you can talk about the Me Too movement and feminism all you want to, but we have to be honest. You would not have this bad situation today if it weren't for ass-kissing deficient males who think that they're going to wag the finger at other males because they think that's going to get female attention or adoration or approval or money or whatever in the hell else they're trying to grift off folks. And that's what a bunch of fellas are doing. They don't get actual masculine affirmation from other men. So they go around saying, hey, females, I'm not like those other guys over there. Hey, you should side with me because I'm not like those other guys over there. I'm different from them. I'm different from them. I have to explain something to you here, and because we are here at the definitive school of power dynamics, I have no ego to inflate or offend. I can be brutally honest and objective. I've said this before and I will say this again. You all have never heard this from any of your red pill gurus, nor can you hear from them because they can't articulate it because they don't know. Fellas, I taught you that there are no good girls, but it's not enough to just say there are no good girls. You have to explain why that's a true statement. And the women will agree. I've said it before. I will repeat it again. Women don't see themselves as, quote, good girls. What? There have never been a group of females who sat around and admired each other for being good girls. Your red pill gurus did not articulate for you what it is. You can't just rip off my statement from me. You can't rip off my statement and say there are no good girls, they're all bad girls, and then not explain why it is in a manner that makes sense. It makes sense because females don't call themselves good girls. There is no female who aspires to be some long skirt wearing Amish chick. No disrespect to the Amish chicks, but there are no females from the age of 18 to 98 that's who they aspire to be. They all want to be viable. They all want to be influential. They all want to be pushing boundaries. They all want to be relevant, which means they all want to be varying degrees of bad girls. They do not, as far as how they see themselves, they don't see themselves as little Catholic school girls with long dresses and their hair in a Betty Crocker haircut. Females don't aspire to be that. So when you sit up here attempting to cram that down their throats and to bludgeon them into accepting the personality of being a, quote, good girl, you never stop to ask your stupid self whether she wants to be that. How do you define a good girl? She doesn't want to be that. That goes for every female. There isn't a single female in here who desires to wear granny panties and a duster.
Nigga, please.
That's the reality. If you want a chick who's a, quote, good girl, then fellas, you want your chick wearing granny panties and a duster and long skirts down to her ankles. And yet there's not a single fella in here who that's the chick that excites him. There's not a single fella in here who's like, you know, when I was in high school, I didn't really like seeing pictures of the girls booty models wearing thongs. I really wish they'd put some granny panties on them and some boy shorts. That would have worked out a whole lot better for me. She's showing too much skin. I need something more modest. I'm much more aroused by something way more modest. Can you cover that up there? Can you put on a turtleneck? You know, a good sexy chick, modesty is sexy. Can you put on a turtleneck, ma'am? Take off them damn stiletto heels you got on. That ain't nothing sexy about that. Here, put on these flats. Yeah, when you start saying it like that, it makes a lot more sense. When you say it like that. Yeah, all of a sudden now, you're kind of looking at yourself and saying, I'll be damned. Yeah, no female wants to become that. I don't know what your definition of, quote, good girl is, but I assure you there isn't a single person with ovaries, listen to me right now, that's what she desires to become. I don't care whether she's a size 6 or a size 26. She wants to wear a thong, even if she shouldn't be having it. Cookie! She wants to wear a thong. She wants to wear a G-string. If she doesn't have double D cups, she wishes she did. She wants to have raw, animalistic, sexual energy. She wants that. Period. And she don't give a damn if you think that's great or not. She loves the way that affects people. That's what every female wants. Now, maybe she wants it turned up to 11. Maybe she only wants it turned up to 2. But she wants that knob and she wants to be able to turn that volume up. She doesn't want the volume set to 0. Every single one. Well, fellas, there's also a flip side to that, and you also have to understand that just like for all females, there are no good girls. You also have to accept the reality that when it comes to men, on certain aspects, we're all the same. Women see men all the same. When you start exhibiting certain characteristics, you're all the same. So you got to understand, to the 65 mama's boys who say these kind of things, they don't like that because they realize, they don't get the same response. So they figure, well, we'll undermine them from the underside. Don't you know that plays into women's prejudices against men right there? Females have prejudices against men. You know why? Because from a very young age, females are able to spot males who think that they're going to be slick and undermine males who are more popular and more attractive than them. Females are used to seeing little slimy Weasley fellas who don't really rate, and he's not on her attraction radar, and yet he thinks if he sneaks up to her on the sly, every female in here has had this. Ladies, give me the high heel shoe emoji. If you, from time you were in elementary school to college or whatever, there was always some dude. He was real squeaky, really squirrely, really Weasley. He didn't really rate, and he took you off to the side and was trying to convince you that some fella you were really attracted to, you didn't really want that. He wasn't no good. He gets into a bunch of mess. You shouldn't be fooling with him. Yeah, baby, it's going to be nothing but trouble. You a good girl, and you don't need to fool with bad dudes like that. Every single being with a pair of ovaries has had some slimy, sleazy weasel of a little dude from elementary school to college and beyond who, if he ever got her by herself, off on her own, he starts talking trash about another dude. One that he knows she wants to talk to, or one that he even suspects she might want to talk to. And here he goes trying to give her all the dirt and all the gossip and trying to convince her that she shouldn't want him. Fellas, if you want to know what's ridiculous about this, you're ridiculous when you try that, because these women have been experiencing this since they were in elementary school. There's a bunch of you guys who saw it too, but I'm just letting the ladies confirm it. They've been witnessing fellas try that little sneaky, trashy garbage since they were in elementary school. Women, they chiefly traffic in gossip and character assassination and character destruction. So when you think you gonna slide up and use those tactics with her, you think she doesn't recognize what girls do all the time? She does not think that you are looking out for her best interests. She sees it for what it is. Nigga, you just trying to knock off what you think is your competition. It's not your competition because you're not in competition. You think you're going to eliminate your competition. You're not eliminating anything. That's why it doesn't work. It doesn't work because it can't. This does not improve or increase your credentials when males start acting like this. Understand something. Females would have a hell of a whole lot more respect for us today if men stood 10 toes down on everything, because power does not respect weakness. Power respects power. If women just saw men being unapologetically masculine, even to the extreme, and just saying, look here, we standing on it, they respect that. They don't respect men today because too many males are so sexually starved and desperate that as soon as they think they got a chance at a peck on the cheek, they fold. And first thing he does is say, hey, how do I help you ladies? Throw the other men under the bus. Let me explain to you what's wrong with Doofus here on Facebook. He said that fellas, we gotta learn to avoid lust and hypersexuality. First of all, this is from a fellow who his sexuality is not really intact, but nobody's ever accused him of being masculine or hyper-masculine. Not dissing him, I'm just saying nobody's ever accused him of that. But here's the other thing. Fellas, women want to be objects of desire.
What? Damn! And deal with it, nigga.
I'm not breaking news here tonight. What do you think she wants the G-strings and the thongs for? Women want to be desired, and I don't mean vanilla, Temptations, my girl, my girl. The Temptations were singing my girl, but the females in the audience was throwing their panties on the stage. The Temptations were not asking for a penny flinging contest. They just said my girl, and the female said, dude, I could damn that my girl stuff. What you doing after this set? What you doing after this concert? That's what the females want to know. But of course, this only applies if you're a male that they actually desire. If you are, then all this makes sense. If you're not, then you're trying to talk the females out of being objects of desire. And let me say the word, it is the word. And let me say the word because it is the word. Women want to be desired, and desired translates to lust. Women do not want a man to be slightly enamored. They don't want a fella to be, oh, gee golly willikers, like Steve Urkel. Why, you sure do float my boat. Women don't want that. Women want you to be enraptured. She wants you to be driven buck wild. She wants you to be ravenous for her. She wants it to be completely passionate and out of control. She doesn't want to have a slight response. She doesn't want you to be slightly interested. She wants you to be all the way in and drowning. That's what she wants. And any fella telling you that a female, I said a female, not some, any fella telling you a female wants something other than that, he's a jackass and lying to you. Because he's never gotten that response and he's resentful that he doesn't get that response. But he knows what it is. Hypersexuality. Females want you to be hypersexual for her. She doesn't want you to be run-of-the-mill sexually aroused. She wants niggas doing the high jump and jumping over hurdles and climbing walls. Understand something, fellas. If you've seen the movie 28 Days or 28 Years Later, damn, that's the way females want you to be for her. She wants you to be like one of the zombies, not from The Walking Dead, but damn me, The Running Dead. But the 28 Days Later really was the best characterization that she wants you to be ravenous. She wants you to be vicious. She wants you to be insatiable. She wants that. She does not want a zombie who sees her, hey, Mr. Zombie, and you walking up, hello, miss. Might I lick your finger? I would not want to impose on you by expecting that you might give me a finger. So, if I may, can I lick on your hair on your head for a little bit here? I wouldn't want to inconvenience you. That's these fellas talking about lust. That's them. That's what they think it is. And the females are like, man, let me get my damn shotgun and kill your ass. That's not what she's looking for. She's looking for Mr. Ravenous.
Cookie! Nom, 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 oh, nom, 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 nom.
She's looking for the zombie that soon as he sniffs her, oh, hell yeah. And off he goes. Tasmanian devil. That's what women want. And you got guys trying to tell you that that's exactly the opposite of what they want. They're trying to coach you to be the exact opposite of what women want. And then putting up videos and claiming that they're on top of the game. I'm knocking it out the park, man. Yeah, great advice, Copernicus. Women want to be treated gently by fellas who you ain't got permission. Women are not looking for Mr. Nice Guy from who they desire. Once she's opened up the damn gate, she's like, okay, dude, what the hell's taking you so long? She's like, if I belong to you, you damn sure ain't treating it like it belongs to you.
It's really, I don't know, man, it's just, I was raised to be a good little boy down here.
So this is the issue. You're wrong about it. You're just wrong about it. However, you might disagree. Therefore, we're going to go ahead and open up the Zoom for you here. We're going to go ahead and open up the Zoom for you so that you all will have an opportunity to weigh in. And of course, if you disagree, you get bumped to the front of the line as always for tonight's hater debate. Some folks may not like this, but I'm just being brutally honest about it. If you have a problem with Shannon Sharpe, you're wrong about the whole damn thing. What was the mistake he made other than the things that I mentioned? And now you've got a whole bunch of other females who are not white, by the way, so talk dumb and look dumber. There's a whole bunch of females lined up. So obviously that was not the case. You got a chick suing for $20 million because, I didn't like what he said about me at the Usher concert. Okay, so tell me what part of lust that is. Where's the problem with lust for Shannon Sharpe on his behalf there? Where's the problem with it then? In the meantime, I want to thank everyone who has contributed toward tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out to my man A.O. Thank you very much for your support here tonight. Sir Shy. Thank you very much for your support here as well. To James. And everybody else here who's contributed toward tonight's program. We appreciate that. You're hearing people use terms, and I want fellas to understand something. In this YouTube era where guys sit up here and they set up channels, they're on Facebook, they say things, and you got to dig below the surface because they might say some things that you agree with, but then when you dig under it, you start finding, oh, wait a minute, what is this over here? No male should ever be wagging his finger at another male because of his sexual options or his sexual choices. Because, by the way, dummy, women don't do that. Women don't open the door for us as men to wag our fingers at them. We don't get to say that women are hypersexual. Hell, they don't want you to say that they're outright hoes and sluts.
Oh, please.
Remember? They try to get your channel banned. They try to get your Facebook profile taken. If you sit up here and say hoes, that's why you guys have to say 304 because you're hiding out from simply saying hoe. Even if it's an accurate descriptor of her and her behavior, that's how far it's gone, fellas. Now, they can call you deadbeat, toxic males, bastards, and anything else. That's legit. Nobody has to censor that. You run around censoring calling them a hoe. That's how on code the females are, stupid. Hey, dummy. That's how on code the females are. The females are so on code that you're scared to say ho. Even when it's dead accurate. You're sitting up here saying that Shannon Sharpe got himself into that. You know what you're not saying? You're not saying that Cassie Ventura got herself into that.
And deal with it, nigga.
The sissified Victoria's Secret thong-wearing dudes who go around talking about Diddy got himself into that, Shannon Sharpe got himself into that, but they're not saying that, Cassie, baby, you got yourself into that. Oh, well, however it go, Cassie, you got yourself into that. Notice they're not saying that. Oh, boy. All right, let's go ahead and jump over here on Zoom. I got Curtis up here on Zoom. I got two Curtises. So, Curtis, if you called in twice here, you only need one. I assure you. Okay, you might need more than one. All right, folks, if you're on one device, just try to stick on that one there. Don't just jump around all over the place. All right, Curtis on Zoom. Make sure you have your audio connected here. It says it's trying to connect your audio, so we'll see if we can get those Best Buy 3.5 connectors to go for you here. At least it says it is. Sir, are you sure you're actually connecting audio or not? Or is your phone just confused?
We got it.
All right, Curtis, what's on your mind?
Hey, Jason, I was just wondering, I appreciate your broadcast. I appreciate what you do. Been a long time listener. What I was wondering is, with the situation that we're in now with the females nowadays, like, it seems like there's nothing really we can do to protect ourselves against what's going on against them. Like, we can pretty much have the videos and audios and whatnot, dealing with them on a kind of a sexual basis. But what are we going to do, like as men, to counteract this type of onslaught that we have against us?
When you think differently, you act differently.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when it goes in repetition. So the first order of business is we have to think differently. That doesn't happen if nobody has this conversation with you. So I know it seems minor. Please understand, if the last 10 years of internet censorship and 5 years since COVID in particular didn't drill it home to you, they are desperate to make sure that the thought doesn't even enter your head. Go back to Orwell's 1984, which was written originally about the Soviet Union, but has now come to actually describe the United States and Britain, to be totally honest. But what did it say? The whole thing was to control your thoughts so that you don't even start the process of thinking. The people who've enslaved you are not the strongest. They've gotten you to just not resist, which is what everything that they do is based on. Don't resist. Their grip on power is not ironclad. Their grip on power is actually rather weak, but it becomes strong when you have so many people just go along with it.
Right.
So first and foremost, you cannot be allowed to have the thought, because once you have the thought, that will next translate into words. Once you start having dialogue with people, the inevitable next step is action. Now, all action doesn't need to be necessarily the same, but if all of it is used to reinforce the thought that you've had, now that transforms societies. The reason why, and this is why it's so important for men to have these conversations, and hopefully we've dissected this for you all. This started with the baby boomer / civil rights generation. After World War II, I'm giving a brief history lesson so that you all understand, for those of you who didn't have it before here, but just to update your files for you.
Join me, and I will complete your training.
After World War II, you had a grizzled, serious set of individuals in the World War II generation. They had been to war not really once, but twice, but we won't put them together with World War I generation. What happens after they return home from Europe and other places? They came home really with one desire: to give their children a nicer, softer world than the one they had. They wanted to make life easier for their children. In the process, they raised the most insufferable group of egomaniacal, narcissistic, entitled, whiny babies that the world has ever seen. That was what they actually did. So an actual useful, resourceful generation of people with character created children who were exactly the opposite. And we're suffering under it to this day. Now, after them comes my generation, Gen X, and we started rebelling and pushing back against that. But I want to go back to the baby boomer generation, baby boomer civil rights generation, because for them, they wanted to do all this. They didn't just want to have what their parents wanted them to have. They wanted to indulge in every debased, debauched, hedonistic fantasy, because as far as they're concerned, the parents were too conservative. They were too reserved. If you're going to give it to us all. So next thing we know, we want drugs, we want sex, we want complete hedonism. We want Sodom and Gomorrah. And you see all of that happen literally within a 20-year time span. You take a look at the drugs, the bastard kids, abortion, all that crams together with just one generation of people. The baby boomers / civil rights generation. Just them. Now you see this obsession with sex. Because you see, sex was hard to get, at least originally. When they got done, sex was a hell of a lot easier and STDs exploded. All under them. Now you're dealing with the legacy of that. Their generation kissed women's asses to an outrageous extent because the women were still really conditioned to go for Mr. Nice Guy, even though the women had started curving away from that openly. So their generation was holding on to the pandering. Pander, kiss women's asses, whatever the females want, happy wife, happy life, suck up, kiss ass, whatever you got to do. Even if you're her last choice, she comes to you with her 5 kids from another dude. Well, they've worn her down. And you can go ahead and take her now. So everything became about sexual ease of access, even if you had to be an ass-kissing, gutless worm. That's what it became. And if you take a look at your uncles and your grandfathers and whatnot, you start to see, oh, wait a minute, that is that nigga playing Curtis Mayfield and sucking ass everywhere he was. And telling you, oh, that's smart. Okay. So I'm explaining the psychology of it so that you understand how we got here. Now you see that the media, academia, the politicians, and female society are now like, you know what? Y'all done just kissed our asses all this time. Why don't we just start taking it? You know, like sexual assault. And we ain't going to ask you anymore. Now we just going to take it from you. And you going to smile, and this going to be the way it's going to be. This is where you are today. Now, there started to be a turn that's happened because the males of Gen X, millennials, Gen Y, Gen Alpha, whatever you want to call it now, have started having a conversation that wasn't here in 1970s and 1980s. The conversation started in the 1990s. It was a whisper back then because Oprah was still on the air. It's not a whisper anymore. It's not a whisper anymore. To the point now that the baby boomers and civil rights generation, they're all just in hiding because, they've lost the plot. They've lost control. They have been utterly rejected. But the damage that they caused, here's the point. The damage that they caused has been institutionalized. That's why I named the media, academia, government. The laws changed. The way that the institutions ran, the rules that they went under has been changed. So you're dealing with that now. Brothers on here looking at me kind of funny, but let me explain to you exactly what I mean. Back in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, brother, it was not illegal to have a bunch of bastard kids if you were a man. You were just the dude with a bunch of kids by a bunch of slutty little hoes, and you kept it. Papa was a Rolling Stone. They made songs about it. We get to the 1980s, and all of a sudden, they start making laws criminalizing it. But only for the men. Just the men. Women could be the biggest whorish slut in town. The kids could be eating raw flour. And the Department of Child Services, what a oxymoron there. They went to work to make sure, she doesn't lose custody of the kids no matter what. When you go, but that's for the single moms, but it doesn't change if you get married. She goes into court, she doesn't lose custody of the kids no matter what. That's what I mean by institutionalized. This isn't just people's preferences anymore, their opinions. Now these have been ingrained and executed by institutions. You go into college now, we already know what that does as far as being brainwashed and the feminist mindset there. You go be a man going in there talking about, how women get preferential treatment, get ready to get straight Fs, and the school will back the professor for doing it. The media, need I say more? We started with Oprah Winfrey. Everything was about black men are no good. They all on the down low. They no good. They worthless. About the women, they're victims. Okay, what about all these men getting run through the damn court system, all these females? Well, you shouldn't have did what you did. Okay, well, she's pregnant. Right. She shouldn't have done what she did. She's a victim. That's across the media, across the board. So that's what I mean by it's no longer people in the general society having an opinion. Now these institutions have taken this as their position. And of course, with the government, the laws, I already explained about that. And that as far as them criminalizing men having children, that's just one. That's just one. So women can do whatever. And that's why I have to remind people we're way farther along than just the child support situation. Because like I said, your red pill folk don't really know these things. They can't really follow it very well. We just talk about abortion, but women have post-birth abortion. What? Damn! No, seriously, women have post-birth abortion. Let me explain. First of all, in places like Minnesota and whatnot, you might be able to kill the kid if he's only halfway out of her vagina. I might be able to kill him. But case in point, if a female has a baby and decides after birth, you know what? I've been talking to this nigga for a few weeks now, and he's really not gonna come back. And now I got this kid over here. Brother, they can literally go walk to a fire station, drop the kid right there like a Uber Eats delivery, and walk off. You try that as a man. You go pick up your baby and drop them off at a fire station as a man and see if the detectives don't come looking for you. See if it doesn't happen. You try that. That's institutionalized. And that's after birth. So these are levels of bias and prejudice that you simply can't imagine. And this is in the institutions now. This is the way the institutions rock. This is the way they roll. Here's my other thing about it. And for all those so-called females love to lie, they just lie like a rug in society. If all these males from the World War II generation were so damn misogynistic, then how in the hell did all these laws get passed that specifically penalize men? If those fellas were such rock-ribbed, hardcore misogynists, how the hell did this happen? Because they're lying and they know they weren't, but they're like, look, we got the ball moving, push that bastard, and just keep running it. And they really want to see how far they can go. Well, Jason, where does this go? I'm going to tell you where this goes. Where this ultimately ends up in is a male vassal state. If we allow this to continue down this road, the end game is I don't want to say the island of Lesbos, but definitely Amazonia, the island of Themyscira. That's their ideal, where basically the men are just servants. Right. We will do all the hard work. We will do all of the heavy lifting. We'll continue doing all of the labor stuff that we're doing, and we will just be the servant vassal class. The government likes that because, well, you'll be the one still going off to war. Please remember the Supreme Court, once again, brother, when you talk about institutions, the Supreme Court said that, they're not going to take up the selective service dispute. So the Ed Blum's going around talking about you have to treat everybody equal. Yeah, the Supreme Court said, yeah, accept that selective service thing. They didn't even step up to defend that. They said, well, we'll leave it up to Congress to run the military. Excuse me, what about the Constitution? They just flat out said, yeah, well, whatever the Constitution say, we leaving that up to Congress. Don't believe me, folks. You can go look it up for yourselves. So women are supposed to be in selective service. Under the Constitution, you can't just say only the men. I thought everything has to be equal now. Well, then you can't just say that the men have to sign up for selective service. The females should be required to sign up too, right? Supreme Court said, yeah, damn all that. Don't believe me, folks. You can Google it for yourselves. They didn't give a ruling that said this is why it's correct. They just said, we're going to leave it up to Congress. We don't think the Supreme Court should get involved in that. Okay, well, if you can't get involved in this, you need to shut the Supreme Court down. Why don't we just leave everything up to Congress then? They abdicated their responsibility to keep that in place. First time you saw a government entity say, yeah, we're going to surrender our powers and give it to, and say somebody else has it. They never do that, except when this happened. That's institutionalized. Well, they need the men to go fight the wars, and they need the men to go build the skyscrapers, and they need the men to do the deadly dangerous jobs. And remember, subjugated males don't start revolutions. That's a really big one. That's a super big one. By the way, subjugated males who are sitting there thumbing through porn or desperate for sex, they don't start revolutions. So a subjugated male class that's just a bunch of feckless simps, that actually serves the government better. They will work, they will eat, they will pay their tax. If they're letting women run them over, they're damn sure going to let the government run them over. So you will be completely servile and submissive men and aggressive females. But the females will not be allowed to be aggressive to the government. They're only allowed to be aggressive over the men. Because the men are the greater threats. So you see how it all weaves itself and comes together and puts you in a position where all you can do is contribute to the economy, contribute to the government, contribute to the status quo, and you are kept completely oppressed and dominated. Nice, neat little bow. Well, Jason, what's the threat to that? What we're doing right now? This conversation right here, and every guy who hears it, this is the threat. Because there's no way you hear this and then you don't say, you know what? I'm doing my life differently. First, you start little acts. What I'm going to say right now is going to offend some people, but I'm going to say this. I'm going to say it.
Please.
I'm going to say it.
Please.
I once put together a chart, the 5 steps to Nazi Germany. I mean, it's going to upset a lot of folks here. Some folks are going to try to take this out.
Upset them.
Adolf, people understood how you, I also use that as an analog to white supremacy. But it starts in your home. First, it starts with you talking to other people. If you want to do something radical, it starts with you talking to other people. Then you start talking outside the home. 2 steps of conversation. You haven't done anything yet. Just talk. First, you thought different. You talk different in your home where it's safest. Now you've moved outside your home. Oh, what do you know? The illness is outside the home now. Think of it like a disease. It was confined in that cell you call a house. Oh, now it's out in society. It's a free radical. It's out in the society now. If you think about it like a disease, oh, the disease is out in the wild now. First, it's going to go to places it feels safe talking to, and then those start moving further, and next thing you know, it's a pandemic. Now the conversation has become global. Now, in our case, you have a media that is very hostile to it. So they are going to pretend it's not there at first until it becomes absolutely unignorable. And now they'll acknowledge it exists. Here's the problem with that, brother. When you use that as your strategy, it's already too late. If this is, think of it like COVID. If you respond to COVID after it's gone global, it's too damn late. You were supposed to jump on that as soon as you saw it. And that's not what happened in China. The best thing to do is jump on it as soon as you see it. You let this thing grow feet, and by the time you decide you're emotionally comfortable acknowledging its existence because it was beneath you, it's already too late when it's global. You have a whole planet to try to get back in line. This ain't gonna be easy. Now that folk have had a conversation, from time to time, here's where the rubber meets the road. From time to time, it will be required of them to do something. You wanted them subjugated so that what they would do is fall in line. First, they're going to do little acts of rebellion, little slights, small crimes, if you will. They're going to do little things that offend you. And inevitably, they're going to start pushing those boundaries out till it becomes that thing you were terrified of the whole time. Jason, which one of those steps are we on right now? Right now, we are firmly on step 2 and got your foot stamping on step 3. What happens after step 3, which is you talk about these things in your media, because social media runs the yard today, not cable media, not broadcast media. After that comes the political realm. That one's always the hardest nut to crack, but that becomes your next step. But right now we're solidly on step number 2 and bumping and shoving on step number 3. That's where you currently are. Well, Jason, what do we do about it? Right here. And I know, brother, I've been doing this going on decades now. I know this seems minor. I know you're saying to yourself, what the hell good does it do for us just to be talking? And what I'm saying is talking is not the goal. Spreading the conversation, because I know at some point you're going to have to come into contact with a situation where you have to act. If I can't get you to commit the small offenses, the little slights when it's time, I'll be a fool to think you're going to take down step number 4. So right now, everyone is being prepared for step 2 and step 3. We didn't get into this overnight. We're not going to get out of it overnight. But if you don't believe me, take a look at how they're responding, brother. They're on the run. They're scared. They already see, oh, this isn't going to work. They're awake. They're awake. They woke. They woke. Well, next thing you know, brother, the only thing that first the slaves wake up, next they start rebelling.
Right.
That's just mathematics. They didn't wake up because they're okay. They've woken up because they're not okay. And the next time you walk through that door, think about it like this. There was and then I'll let you finish.
Please.
MSNBC, they had a thing, Lock Up Raw. And there was one episode in particular, I think it was the one where Mac Dre, fella gotten killed, and it was in that particular prison. Anyway, there was one guy who's a black dude there, and like he was popular on the cell block and whatnot. And they were standing around, they were mopping the floor, and one of the guards tells one of the fellows who's mopping the floor to stop doing what he's doing and to go over somewhere else. And the fella don't move. Then the black inmate tells him, man, go on, go do that. Fella moves. The guards come and grab the black inmate and put him in damn solitary. Why? Well, he's too influential. The inmate was supposed to move when we told him to. The very fact that he didn't move when we said for him to move. Don't you understand you got a full-blown crisis? Right there. But we don't have an uprising. It's not a mass prison uprising or revolt. We don't have a prison break. You got a problem right there, dude. If I can't convince you that when you told that inmate, if you got such power in this prison, how was it you told that inmate to move and he didn't move? There's a reason why authoritarian regimes understand, hey, when we tell y'all asses move, you better get them feet going. They have to be brutal about it because they understand even the slightest gesture that you ain't completely in line, this will get bigger. It can't do nothing but get bigger. All we're doing right now is preparing you all to not move when they tell you to move. And inevitably, you're going to go to the next step. You have no choice. You're going to have to. I'll let you have the last word.
Jason, real quick, just that last segue that you just made, it made me think about my family dynamic in the power struggle. I had a question I was going to ask you before, but you totally messed me up with that last statement that you just made. But before I get into that, let me ask you this. As far as the males go, you just said in World War II, as far as the males dominating and passing the laws to enrich the women to do the behaviors that they've been displaying, don't you think it's more of the men's problem? Don't you think it's more of the men that can't be trusted? It's more of us that
absolutely.
Can't be
Look, you are always taken down from within.
Right.
The enemy is always on the inside. The folks on the outside, you can see them. The person who, as the old saying goes, flies his banner openly. The old quote from The Enemy Within. The guy who's outside your gates and flies his banner openly and says, to hell with Curtis, we're going to take him down. He's not as big of a threat as you might think. I mean, he might be bigger and stronger, so he's certainly a threat. But you can see him. So you're very vigilant because you can very clearly see, he's got an axe and a bat and a T-shirt that says "Damn Curtis." Okay, well, let me do something about Mr. Damn Curtis because I don't want to get damned. I don't want to do that. Okay, but what if the fellas you call, hey, fellas, we're going to do something about Damn Curtis over here. Yeah, we sure is. That's right, brother. I'm right behind you, bro. One of them is like, by the way, I'm here to help I would love to see Damn Curtis win. I'm kind of sick of Curtis my damn self. So, yeah, I'm right here with you, Curtis. Yeah, bro. All right, nigga, as soon as you get out there.
Don't you believe
that's the guy
question.
You have to watch out for. Him.
Right. Do you believe in the phrase that you're like one blowjob away from the plantation as far as men go? Because they'll talk that, women ain't this and that. And then as soon as they get what they want from a woman, then they're all 100% down for that woman.
Well, women understand this. Women understand that most men are bluffing and liars because women at school, in your colleges, at your job, at your church, at your warehouse, the women know what the men really do. When you get them in a one-to-one interaction where the two of them are alone and she's not scowling at him. Women have routinely seen, it's like, fella, I don't care what your man told y'all. When he was by himself back there in the back of the store with me, he wasn't talking like this.
Right. Red pill. So
women understand that men routinely lie. And so they know the fellas who ain't gonna move. And then they know that most men, numerically, most men are desperate. The real thing you're looking for is, okay, can I carve off a traitor? Can I get him to turn on the others? And there's two reasons why they've always had a wealth of that. Number one, most males are not respected among other men. So they spend their lives resentful. So whether he was the little kid in school who got picked last for basketball or whatever, the truth of the matter is a lot of males are resentful of other males, particularly if he's never really been accepted on masculine terms. Among the other men, he's never really been respected. He's kind of been the awkward out dude. And if he's never grown past that or developed value beyond that, he's resentful. So yeah, he sits among the men. He talks among the men. He might show up for the football game. But if an opportunity ever opens itself or presents itself for him to do something, you start seeing these little acts of treason. You start seeing these little sentiments of expressions of hostility. That's when you start seeing that. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. Then he flips back over. So that's really the sign for you all to watch out for. The fellow who never really was accepted on masculine terms, and that's a lot of, if not most males. That's what you're really looking for. Females see this all the time. You know why? Because they're the ones who reject them. What?
Can I ask you this, Jason?
Hold your thought for there. Let me just finish. Females grow up rejecting those males. So when the females get older, they recognize the caliber of male they always rejected. He's never done great with females. He doesn't have any sex appeal. He's the guy who's always been on the outside looking in. He's always a little dorky outcast. And women start compiling the list of those guys because they know if I'm in trouble, the little weak nigga gonna help me move my refrigerator. He'll help me move my refrigerator. He'll help me move my stove. He'll come over and fix my car in 101 degree heat. And I don't even have to have sex with him. I just need to dangle company at best and the possibility of sex, which you ain't gonna get, at worst. Women are conditioned to identify those males. And they start cultivating that. I didn't say one or two females. Females across the board, they know, this guy's never been. I can tell you've never had, when you see females talking about, you ain't never had no sex like that. Why do you think women say that? They know the little dorky guys who, you've never really been desired by females like that. And I see how we can use that to our advantage.
Now, I get what you're saying, Jason, like with the geeky kind of nerdy guys that's never been accepted and they always hold that type of resentment. But even in my life, I've always been that kind of geeky, nerdy guy. But I've never held resentment towards the alpha males that always been, you know what I'm saying, that kind of was dominating. I always kind of played my position. Even with you, Jason, as you talk, I kind of just listen. I sit back and I let you kind of finish. But I've never had any problem with women. You know what I'm saying? Because I've never not been myself. Even when I used to have women come over, it's like, oh, look, we're over here, we're playing World of Warcraft. But I've always had my own crib. I always had my own stuff. Always been financially stable. Always been my own person. Always been secure. I've never spent myself trying to go outside and be the alpha guy or the tough guy. I've always played my position. And I feel as Black people, we have a position to play. We're all not going to be that alpha male or that guy that women are going to attract. But I feel like a lot of women just like men that are just themselves. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to overexert themselves or overcompensate themselves or try to be who they think that the women want to be. They can just be themselves. So it's like I've had a lot of winnings towards that, but I've also had women that looked at me like, "Oh, you're that dork. You played video games or whatnot."
Nobody appeals to all females or whatever. That's just a mathematical impossibility. Nobody does that. The real thing is you being solid in yourself, not just thinking you are, but actually being solid in yourself. And one of those signs is whether or not you resenting the next man because he has something that you don't. He's got something you don't. He's able to do something you don't. You will know to me who are the most solid dudes on a football team, the linebackers. You know, because everybody watches when the quarterback goes out there and they're looking for a running back or a wide receiver, a rusher. But the unglamorous one is being a linebacker. You're playing defense. And what I'm saying is, can you go out there and not be the quarterback and be the damn foundation of the team? Can you do that? Can you do the, quote, unglamorous job and still excel at it and do your best even if you're not the quarterback? even if you're not the wide receiver. Can you do that? You know, that there are no little jobs at this. If you don't have linebackers, you're going to lose this game. There are a lot of coaches who think defense matters more than offense. But the bottom line is, can you do the quote unglamorous stuff and not be envious of the other guys who might get more shine, they might get more headlines? Can you still do your job to an excellent level and not be jealous or envious of them? Can you do that? If you can, you solid. And by the way, those are the dudes that the quarterbacks respect, because a real quarterback doesn't worry about headlines, because he knows that headlines love you while you winning. The minute you start losing, them same newspaper writers going to be like, your ass got to go. So a smart quarterback knows, dude, I don't care who they putting shine on. I'm down with the team because I'm one loss away from these same people in these headlines turning on me. So I don't put my faith in them. I put my faith in my teammates. You can respect your quarterback because your quarterback respects you. He also knows you're not hating on him. And that's how that's supposed to work. And here's the truth of the matter is, that the real alpha guys out there, they're not ones to hate on you anyway. Little fellas who want to be little Casanovas like DDG, no disrespect, DDG, it is what it is. Fellas running around trying to be little Casanovas, you know, that's a mama's boy thing. They're not respected among the men on masculine terms. You're just a little dude that chicks see that you're an easy knockoff. The problem is not whether or not you're going to have problems with females. The question is what kind of problems you're going to have. Some jackass out there telling you that the problem is that you are too lustful and the problem is you're too full of lust. Okay, we've already covered that one, but the question is not, are you going to have problems with the females? Only a child runs around promoting that ridiculous, idiotic concept. You will have problems with the females. The question is what kind of problems you're going to have. Are you going to have problems because you sold your soul? Are you going to have problems because you were a feckless kiss ass? Are you going to have problems because you were a pander? What kind of problems are you going to have? My whole thing is I'd rather have problems straight up than have problems because I was kissing ass and it didn't turn out the way I thought it would. I would rather be hated for who I am than pretend to be something different thinking I'm being slick and wind up having the same outcome. I'd rather we just go head up. I'd rather we just go head up and straight up, and if we gonna hate, let's get it on.
And Jason, real quick, the family dynamic that you just brought up, as far as it lost me what you just brought up, the topic before we just discussed this. As far as like I guess the women controlling like the dynamics of things, because I've noticed like with my family dynamic, as far as the women, because on my mom's side, she has like 8 sisters and they have 12 or 15 siblings or whatnot. And it's always a priority for us to come and visit their side of the family, even though their side of the family has stolen from the grandmother. They all took money from the grandmother. The women in general just all been leeches and parasites, but it's always a requirement for us to show up and try to show that we're better people and, you know, be there for the nephews and the kids and whatnot. And I don't feel like that should be a responsibility on us, more so the responsibility on the kid's father to be there and be that responsibility.
Yeah, remember, men build resources, men gather resources, women gather resourceful men. That's where that works. Men gather resources, women gather resourceful men. Men don't depend on nor expect children to grow of age to patch up his situation. Women routinely, if there's not a man available, can we wing it along long enough for these kids to become viable to become her support? So women have very little problem with allowing or making their children into their support system. And to any females trying to get into a cackle right now, by the way, there's a bunch of you chicks listening to me right now. Your mama did that with you.
Deal with it, nigga.
Let's be clear. There's a bunch of you females listening right now. Your mama did that with you. You and your mama got beef to this day. To the majority of females listening to me right now, if you would be honest with yourself for a few moments, you and your mama got beef to this day. You might not push the heifer out in the moving traffic, but you and mama got beef to this day because she made you the head of the house, or she was leaning on you, or she wanted you to get a job so you could help pay for her gambling habit. Or she put cable TV bills in your name, or she done had 6 kids and she wants you to hurry up at 8 years old and be able to make breakfast so she can get back out here in these streets and get in. So if y'all be honest, you know that's the get down. You know that. And you watched it happen in your own life. So don't get mad at me for just telling the truth about that. Let somebody tell the damn truth for once, that that's actually what occurs. Women have no problem shifting responsibility for taking care of them to children. Men, as a rule, not absolutely, but as a rule, we don't do that because we can't wait that long. We need something today. So we got to go get it. Women will hold out at a much lower level and wait to see if the kids can patch it together. And that's how y'all end up with Thanksgiving dinner being real weird.
Right. No, you're touching on every angle, Jason. Like literally. And I just think as far as the family dynamic goes, like it just seems like they put more. Like for my mother, I did a lot more, and I gave her money when she didn't have it and when I was up. But when it came to the sisters and the family dynamic, it seemed like she cared more about what the sisters thought about us as a kid. It seemed like we were more of like like a figurehead to represent her or my father. It's like, oh, well, they're successful. They have a good job. They're making money. And then when they're low, it's just like, oh, well, I don't know what he's doing. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's just more of a trophy accomplishment as far as having kids and actually nurturing your kids and trying to make them successful.
Look, I'm just the guy that gives you all space to talk truthfully about these things. That's all I do. I just want you to have an opportunity to talk truthfully about this. And once you are, now you can start making some corrections. You all have been indoctrinated to overlook obvious bad things like you the one crazy. By the time you do wake up, you've kind of adopted those habits into yourself. Now it becomes this vicious cycle. I just want you to get to a point where your parents' demons stay their demons. They don't become yours. Or at least they don't stay yours. But you can't fight a problem until you face a problem. And your ability to identify it is a good start. I want you to wrap your head around it, but I want you to eventually get to a point where, okay, we got this. We understand what we see. Now that third step, what are we going to do about it? So once again, I don't think it requires pushing folk into traffic. I don't think you need to do that. But I do want you to be honest, at least with yourself, what you see, so that you don't start repeating it.
All right.
That can be difficult. And it can mess up Thanksgiving dinner, so be careful. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and jump back over here. Tonight we're having a hater debate here. I'm letting folks know you're wrong about Shannon Sharpe. You're wrong about Shannon Sharpe, and we're here. Oh, we've already gotten halfway through the second hour here. Well, halfway through the second hour. On our way to the second hour. A lot of folks out there learning things the hard way. That's what it'll be. A lot of them learn things the hard way. Let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom. I want to make sure my sound is working. There it goes. All right, we got Brother Elijah over here on Zoom. Brother Elijah, what's on your mind?
Hey, good evening, big brother. $1 family. Let me preface what I'm gonna say because I know it's a debate program. You are the master teacher here. All right. You don't debate. You only debate with your equals. Everybody else you teach, in the words of the Dr. John Henry Clark. With that being said, Shannon Sharpe is an absolute fuck nigga. And the reason I say that, he of all people should know that he's from the South. What happened to if she can't use your comb, don't bring her home and everything like that? Ever since he's split from, what's that, Skip, okay? He's just been wrapped up in all types of nonsense instead of just focusing on his purpose. I give him credit. He's very successful and everything like that. But now, you know, and I'm asking this question, you keep seeing this brother wrapped up with some type of white woman, but, you know, for some apparent reason.
Okay, you keep seeing him wrapped up with some white woman. Before this Zuniga chick, who was the white woman he was wrapped up with?
Well, I'm excuse me. I misspoke, big brother. Pardon me.
That's what I mean, is that folks feel things and then they start projecting stuff that's not actually there. So
Yes, sir.
if you want to take issue with him being with the chick, okay, fine, take issue with that. I'm just saying we can't let the internet do what it does and folks start creating things that weren't even actually there.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
here's the other thing about that. Let me
Yes,
find
sir.
out from you here. Why would she be offensive to you? Why is she offensive to you?
Big brother, the reason the woman is offensive to me, okay, I'm not saying physically. She physically looks good. Bravo. But we still have to understand, like how you teach us, all right, power dynamics. He's too old to not know, hey, it don't matter how much money you have, you still ain't on the team. Okay? This same woman, all right, that you're messing with got you to blow a $100 million bag.
Okay, but she
couldn't-
didn't come in the door like that. So I'm trying to figure out that part of it.
She teamed up with another. Excuse my tone, big brother. I'm not trying to talk to you any old kind of way. Sorry about that. All right, it's the woman that's gotten me a little. She teamed up with that devil man, Tony the Bit.
Yeah,
Busby.
but my point is that comes later. That
Yes,
comes
sir.
later. So it's not like she came in the door, hello, meet me and Tony Busby, my attorney. It's not like that occurred. So how was he to know that was going to happen?
Well, brother, maybe all right. For the benefit of the doubt, all right, because I'm not that thoroughly educated. He's not so. He didn't. I don't believe he did know that was going to happen. But at the same token, I do believe that he felt that he was in another world. I was listening to Professor Black Truth's masterpiece on this situation and everything like that. This man really felt like he was on the team and everything like that, and he's getting in good and everything. And hey, man, you from the South of all places.
Okay, I don't understand. I don't see the element that says, quote, he thinks he's on the team. I'm trying to find out what part of this that is.
No. I'm saying, big brother.
What is the team that you think he thought he was on?
He thinks he's equal to the dominant society, brother. All right, I can.
Okay, so what you're saying is that his dating her indicates that he thinks he's equal to the dominant society.
Yes. Because my whole thing is, look, as messed up as a lot of our sisters are out there, hey, use your muscles. If you're interviewing black people, hey, go and do what you're doing with a black woman and everything like that. I'm not against interracial dating or interracial marriage, but when we have a situation like this where white man, white woman gang up on you, and then now you lose something that you could have really had a strong impact at, this is where the problem comes in. And Shannon Sharpe is going to be 50. He should be 57. He's too old not to know or not to be, how do I say, not to be wary of his environment.
Here's the issue here, okay? Because here's where everybody gets it wrong. And in the chat room, my man G. Bryan, he obviously listened to the program I did before. Because if you actually go through the lawsuit, and remember, I'm the only person on YouTube that I've seen who actually read through the lawsuit to let you all know what it said, to show you what he did wrong. Number 2 issue, which really could be number 1, when he presented her with the NDA and she didn't sign it. When he presented her with an NDA and she refused to sign it. When that occurred, he was supposed to drop her and leave her right where she was. It's very clear there's a caper. It's very clear she ain't solid. Or at the very least, bruh, she's not willing to get with the program. She's not willing to have you leave. That was the test right there. Okay, baby, I need you to put yourself on paper before we can go any further. That would have been a clear sign of submission that whatever it is you saying, she going with the program. That was his clue right there. Dude, if things break bad, you going to end up in court for real, for real. If things break bad, you going to end up in court, not a messy breakup. She's preparing herself to have all her damn options open. in this day. Now, here's where the naivete comes in. And it's not just with her. Right now, we got to understand the result of the civil rights generation with a bull jive is that you've created a generation of females who they are, I mean, full-blooded sex workers at 14, 15 now. That's what they mean when they're in high school talking about they want to be a YouTuber. They're in high school already planning the OnlyFans. This is reality. They're in high school already planning the OnlyFans. So this is the caliber of chick you dealing with. So when you're talking to a chick who's 19 years old, bruh, if she's got an OnlyFans already, she looking for her ship to come in. She's looking for some dude to drop off a big ass bag. And if, as I explained, if things are not going well and not coming together, she's going to start panicking. But her goal is to get broke off. Her goal is to get cashed out. That's why she's here. The purpose of the NDA is not because it guarantees that the person will not do something they're not supposed to do. The purpose of the NDA is that what it demonstrates is what the person's motives are, and it gives you a clear gesture of where their heads are at. That's the purpose of it. It gives you a gesture of that. It lets you know that that is a particular possibility. You running your life like a business, and she's telling you, yeah, I'm not really trying to get on with the business thing here. I don't really want that. That's your clue that there is an existential threat. That's your clue. That's your wake-up call. That's your warning right there. This person is on something different. You're trying to tell yourself that she's 19 and she's not very knowledgeable, or maybe she's not as world aware as you are. She just showed you right there. Oh, yes, I am. She just showed you with that one thing what she's not gonna do. Oh no, I'm here to get mine, or I'm here to take whatever I can get. That's what she's there for, man. She's there on that. She's there on that. Well, Jason, what do you think occurred? I think what occurred was that Shannon Sharpe got ultra competitive. Him and Skip Bayless and stuff. It becomes a competition. I need y'all to understand something. When you become in that 7-figure zone, things become competitive. Things become competitive. So dudes, especially men, start comparing their houses. They start comparing their cars. Then they start comparing, if they got property outside the country. They start comparing their contracts with this corporation or that corporation. And of course, they start comparing their females. Of course, they start competing over the females. And it's not about the women. If it were, they would only have one. It's obviously not about that chick, because what do all the chicks complain about? From Diddy to Shannon Sharpe to anybody else. Oh, you don't want to have just one. Andrew Huberman, they wrote a hit piece on him. You don't want to have just one. So, baby, if you were so special, why is it y'all are always pitching and moaning and complaining that the dudes don't want to have just one? So, obviously, it's not about lust as much as it's about competitiveness. And you saw what the issue was there. Shannon Sharpe, only thing Shannon Sharpe wanted to do was show Skip Bayless, get your little weak ass up out of here. You ain't on my level, dude. That's what talking to the women at the job was about for him. Skip Bayless trying to act like he gonna push up. It's like, dude, you old and raggedy as hell. All you got's a bank account. Fall back, little fella. Especially when Skip trying to boss up on you and start talking trash. Shannon's like, man, look here. It's not a broad in this building would sniff at you if I was available for them. And it's not because Shannon wants the women. It's because Skip done pissed him off. It's like, okay, let me go ahead and show you what time it is, fella. It's that. They are competitive. When you get to that level, It's not about proving something to the women. It's about proving something to yourself. Everything is about that. Can I pull this one? Can I buy this one? Shannon should be retired right now, folks. You already know he's sitting on big bags. He's already sitting on big bags. He doesn't have to work. So why is he pursuing podcasting and multi-million-dollar contracts at this point? He doesn't need the money. Tell me what it is that Shannon Sharpe is trying to raise money to buy right now. Okay, if you think Shannon Sharpe needs the money, tell me what it is you think he's trying to buy. He's already done the commentating job. He's already gotten tens of millions of dollars from Disney and Fox and other. Tell me what it is you think he needs financially that he needs another 100 million for. This is what they do now. Why just take a look on your screen? He can get the money or the contracts without doing the HGH or whatever performance enhancing stuff he's taken at almost 60 years old. He's not doing it. What he can get anything y'all talking about. He doesn't have to take some performance enhancing drug for that. You can see what it is. He wants to make sure that when he's around cats half his age, that he is competitive. He doesn't look like he's almost 60. Skip Bayless look like he almost 90. Shannon don't look like he almost 60. Cats half his age ain't built like him. That's what it is for him. Baby, you're just something to prove that he's still got it. After that, get on. You bother me. So if you want to know what it is that really fuels it and what it is that really motivates them, when you get to that level, that's what's motivating them, not sexual access. He got hella sexual access. It then becomes about, oh, she think I can't pull? Watch, I'm going to pull that little heifer just to show I can. And the problem is when you start chasing, whether it's the stock market or an investment, when you start chasing, that becomes an issue. That becomes an issue. Now you become emotionally invested. So now you'll do anything to land this bird. And she's like, yeah, he got me in here without being on paper. Okay. Oh, I'm not on paper? All right. Men have to move differently today. If you're going to sit up here and have a little jump off like that and you sitting on real paper, you got to move different. She got to contact you. She got to be all over you. You have to, unfortunately, because of the deterioration in the society and the environment that we're in, they've weaponized the system to victimize you. You got to move like you are in a weaponized system. You have to do that. It don't matter what you think or how you feel. You have to operate like you're in a weaponized system. The mistake was not that he wanted to lay up with her. The mistake wasn't that he made sure that if she does have ulterior motives, that ain't gonna fly. Now, that's the part that didn't get put together. All right, Elijah dropped off there for a moment. We got him back over here.
Yes, sir, big brother. Hey, listen, I was on the program listening to some of your pearls of wisdom. So pardon me, all right? And then let me just keep it be very clear. When I'm saying I'm expecting education because I believe I'm wrong, but I want to be educated because I just didn't like some of those moves, and you said it best, but that kind of tied into what I'm saying. He's too old. If this woman did not submit right there on the spot, he should have walked off. And like I had to say this, like a desperate simp, he stayed right there. And then look, now he retired this stupid hoe.
I mean, look, here's what happens. Like I just explained.
Yes, sir.
If you're dealing with a particularly cunning, sly, calculating female, she can see when you kind of got your nose wide open and you're chasing. She can see when your actions are exceeding her value. she also knows that eventually you're going to cut her off. So what they try to get, the name of the game today, folks, is compromise. That's the name of the game, is to get you compromised. Jeffrey Epstein is dead right now because he compromised a bunch of rich, powerful people.
Right.
Now, whether you think he did it on behalf of Israel or the U.S. government or corporate America or whatever, the bottom line is that is the name of the game today. Compromising other people. Getting them in a compromising position so you can yank their chain and tell them, okay, now you're going to do whatever I want. In the case of Shannon Sharpe, get together with Tony Busby. Okay, let's do this shakedown. Let's go ahead and do that. And that's what you're looking at today. So that's what you need to be wary of. And not just with her. You got to be wary of that everywhere. You got to be wary of that everywhere. I don't know where cats picked up this idea that, you know, the only folks out here filing bogus lawsuits are the white girls. I don't know who picked it up, because all that does is leave cats more vulnerable. You take a look at the NBA and the NFL, who's cleaning them fellas out? So it does a huge disservice to tell folks, okay, if she's not white, you safe, because that's not reality. If she got a pair of ovaries, there's an issue. There might be different social issues. There are social dynamics that may come into play. But to tell a fellow, well, as long as she's not white, you're safe. All that does is completely ignore the reality we've seen.
And to add to your point, big brother, let's never forget this. The greatest player of all time, Michael Jordan. Let's never forget his wife, his ex-wife Juanita, threatened to sue him if he didn't marry her. So I know what you're saying. You're 100% right about that. It's not the color. I guess it's the perception. It's more the perception for me. I have this bug in my ass to see black men getting ripped off by white women, only because historically they have been a problem where they have led to a massive wipeout of us, or a wipeout.
Well, here's the issue with Shannon. The issue with Shannon is, I mean, it doesn't sound kind to say it. It's not meant to be kind.
Yes, sir.
But it's meant to be real.
Yes, sir.
Shannon's got that lisp and the way he talks and whatnot. And what we're saying is that, Shannon, you're not the kind of dude that white women who got something to lose socially and whatnot, you're not the kind of dude that white women do that for. You're not the kind of guy that they flock to. So if you wasn't in the league and wasn't holding the bag like that, you wouldn't even exist to them.
Right.
You would not exist. So on some level, you're leveraging something else. And what we're saying is, you, especially because you don't have that set of tools, you got to move careful, because you're trying to move like a fella who just got it naturally, and you don't.
Right.
You put in a lot of work. We cannot deny that. You put in a lot of effort. We cannot refute that. But you ain't a dude who just gets females like that off the rip. You're not that guy. You don't have that personality. No female ever said, boy, I had a highly engaging, intellectually stimulating conversation with Shannon Sharpe. What? No female has ever said that. So what I'm saying is that, so if we're realistic about the real attributes you bring to the table, it don't look the way you trying to make it look there. So we're saying you got to move differently and got to move smarter, because you're moving like a guy who naturally gets it like that. And it's very obvious you don't. You don't just naturally get them coming to you like that. But we could all see he was moving like he did. That was the mistake right there.
Right.
You're overestimating your abilities. Don't let the fact that you didn't crash and burn on TV and whatnot fool you into believing where your status really is. And it was clear that he did.
Of course, and not just also overestimating his value. I'm like, you're not the top of the line. No disrespect, but I give him respect. I give respect.
No, what I'm saying is that even for a fellow who isn't, you understand what a chick's capacities are supposed to be. I said before there, fellas, if a chick is just the pass on and the jump off and the pass through, she needs to be treated like that from the beginning. It needs to be clear from the very beginning. It needs to be that clear. Fellas are afraid to do that. Fellas are terrified to say, I'm not exclusive. Fellas are terrified. In my case, y'all know I have to be that because I'm saying in front of the whole damn world. Damn. So there's no way in the world that anybody can say I'm lying about it because I'm saying it in front of the universe. Okay, but then you got cats in the damn NFL and NBA won't come out and say that.
Right.
They'll do it, but they won't come out from the jump and say that.
Yes, sir.
And as evidenced by some of what she was sitting up here posting, you know, at least some of that would seem to imply that was not clearly established from the beginning. It's like, okay, girl, yeah, I mean, you're a little young thing and everything. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I'll see you when I come through. And that she has to call you. She has to follow you. She got to get your attention. That wasn't what was happening. Or at least it was not firmly established in that way. If that's the way, because when you got options, you don't do that. I'm going to say this right now. If it was about her being 19 years old and dudes want to relive their 20s, okay, you need to have 3 of them. If you got 3 of them, you ain't sitting up here wilding out over this one and overpricing this one. If you got 3 of them, if the intent is just to have some little young thing, okay. If you got 3 of them, you're not acting like that. If she's the only one you got, well, the price just went through the damn roof, especially if she knows it. If she knows you're only digging her because of her age and she's the only one you can actually pull because everybody else turned you down, yeah, here she comes. Let me pat these pockets down and let me bring the noise and bring the drama because there's something I came to do and something I came to get. For a fellow who just gets them like that, he doesn't have to do that. For a fellow who gets them like that, if that's what he wants, he got 2 or 3 of them. He doesn't have just one. Shannon never struck any of us as a dude who would have 2 or 3 19-year-olds, 2 or 3 20-year-olds. He never struck any of us that way. Never. That's the problem. Because if he did, then they would be following up behind him and all this other stuff going on. That wouldn't even be happening. But then again, it's like, hey, dude, there were the warning signs were not the ones that people think. The warning sign, her being white certainly has a social penalty to it. Because if she accuses you of anything, it's going to be an uphill fight. But where she got you was when she felt she was in the driver's seat when you asked for that NDA and she said no and you still kept pursuing her. That was the issue right there. If he had got that NDA on her, I don't see where anything else would have happened. It would have been a Tiger Woods situation. If he had gotten that NDA on her, it would have been a Tiger Woods situation.
Right.
And I showed y'all how that one worked out. Yeah, he had a white chick too. Yeah, she thought she was going to get around that too. Yeah, that didn't work. So I need fellas to understand where the real problem came from. Tiger Woods lawyers and folks, after he got divorced, they made sure it was cinched tight. Okay. So you see what the protocol is supposed to be. That was what Shannon violated. He violated that protocol. Okay, dude, you're going to have to treat this like business. You got assets, which means every female, you got to watch out for the skullduggerers who figure they're going to do something sneaky and underhanded to get at what you got. That means you got to treat every relationship like a business. And no, that's not very spontaneous and it's certainly not very, stimulating, but this is where we at. We're here now. Cherry 2000, the whole damn nine. We're here now. This is where we're at. And if you don't move that way, especially with the notoriety you got, all that says to focus, oh, he's a dummy. Oh, you're a sitting duck. Oh, he's not even protecting himself.
Mm-hmm.
Shaquille O'Neal is sitting on folks' couches and whatnot, and no NDAs and nothing. Hell yeah, they're popping up in folks' inboxes. My man Chris Brown, stop it. You got cats out here with record deals and whatnot showing up in random broads' Instagrams for what, man? That's what's going on out here. You showing up in the DMs of a chick who ain't signed nothing. So if she doesn't, if some females understand that, he's just looking to add you to the roster for a good time. So she's like, well, if I'm not going to have permanence, then let me see if I can hurt his reputation. So then they go off and snitching and squealing. And by the way, to all the folks out there talking about, ooh, men shouldn't be showing folks who in their phone or this, that, and the other. Females do that every damn day. You don't see the females checking each other on that. Females sit up here and be snitching on their cell phones and their DMs every day. You don't see the females saying, hey, girl, you wrong for that. Fellas, do you see any females checking each other over that? They'll come and yell at you if you make some slutty broad look bad, but they don't check. When do they check each other for that? And they do that all the damn time. Who's jumped on them and say, hey, baby, you shouldn't be doing that. You violating some code. What? They won't tell you the female code they're violating. So men need to recognize when you've been brainwashed to be in a subservient, inferior position and then got you bragging about it. So these cats, they got assets, they got resources, they got capability, and they're showing where they're weak at. And the weakness is, okay, bro, if you sitting on $100 million, everybody got to sign before they come in here.
That's right.
Everybody around Diddy on NDA. Everybody. And I'm the one who had to remind you all, but Diddy's not the only one. I had to remind you all, Diddy's not the only one. Why do you think? Let me remind you again. Leo DiCaprio run through hella broads. You don't hear a word from any of them when he's done with them. Why do you think that is? They won't. After Leo DiCaprio breaks up with a chick, she doesn't mention his name again.
Right.
Now, isn't that interesting? While y'all talking about Diddy. Because you just follow whatever an algorithm tells you to, and you just repeat whatever it says. You don't actually have any facts. And why in the hell is it your so-called legal eagles and attorneys on YouTube? Yeah, you too, fella. Why is it none of them just illuminate what I just told y'all? Now that I said it, everybody's like, ooh, that makes sense. Okay, where were your other YouTubers to point out the very obvious? We know Leo DiCaprio run through hella broads, but did you notice that after he's done with them, you don't hear a word? Them chicks don't say nothing.
As they shouldn't.
They don't go to social media. They don't say anything. They don't mention them again. They on paper. And he's not the only one. I guarantee you Brad Pitt got him on paper. Tom Cruise got him on paper. Y'all see, if they had a girlfriend, you spot them somewhere. George Clooney, you spotted them somewhere, you don't hear nothing else. Baby, you can't walk in this room until you sign this. You cannot walk in this room until you sign this. Matter of fact, you can't stay on this phone until you sign this. You don't get to speak about anything. You walk in here, whatever happens from this day forward happens, but what you will not get to do is sit up here and be a novelist. You want the experience, you will have the experience, and that's all.
Yes, sir.
And after that nightclub shooting with Diddy, everybody got to be on the NDA after that. After that trial, you notice after that, you don't hear about anybody else saying anything else. Yeah, everybody's on paper. Everybody's on paper after that. So everybody talk about him like it's something special. Man, these things are all over the damn place. Everybody got one, including the women. What? Come on now, Sharon Stone just went on the damn, Charlize Theron. Charlize Theron just went on the damn podcast. What was that, Call Me Daddy, whoever, talking about she getting run through by hella dudes. I'm like, baby, look here, them draws got miles on them. There ain't nothing to brag about. Her, Madonna, Sharon Stone, all of them done got slutted out and hoed out at their ages, and you ain't heard a word from the dudes. Now, how is it that all these old white women can sit up here and talk about all these fellas who've been swinging like Tarzan from a vine through them draws, and you don't know who they are? Nobody said anything? You might catch a picture, but there ain't nobody telling no tales until she says something, and the guy ain't saying a damn word yet. Now, brother, in this day and age, teachers going to prison because the boys in the damn classrooms won't be quiet. You think grown men will be? Remember Mario from American Idol? He couldn't be quiet. He's sleeping with Paula Abdul. Can't be quiet long enough to win the damn contest. This is where we at today. Everybody's a little clout chase. Even the males and the females. The males are little clout chasey hoes today. So if they could talk, don't you know they would be? Madonna said, here your NDA. Okay, let's get this orgy cracking. Sharon Stone, here's your NDA. Let's get this orgy cracking. Charlize Theron, okay, you love me in Fast and Furious. Okay, sign this NDA. Okay, now you can grip these butt cheeks, little flat butt cheeks. That's what it is, dude. It's
Yes, sir.
that. And everybody wants, I just had to show you all that right there. These women are talking. Did you know this, by the way, Sherlock? There are no men saying anything. Yeah, you don't have a permission to say anything. And you won't be given it.
And rightfully so.
So that's how folks at that level moving. That's what's going on. That right there. That right there. And if Shannon's going to try to move, Shannon, you become a part of that world when you moved into that income bracket. Now that you are in that world, you got to move like that because folks are looking for prey. They looking for easy pickings. They looking for somebody who's got more money than brains. That's what they're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the mistake was made. He's moved into a different income bracket, a different strata, and didn't, for this one, and all it takes is one. For this one, you didn't cinch it up tight enough. Now there's an opening. And what was the warning sign? And let this be a lesson to everybody else. The warning sign was when she didn't sign the NDA. That was the first clue that this little chick gonna be trouble. She didn't sign it. When she said she didn't sign it, she got to go. She got to go. There's nothing we're trying to prove this word, whatever little hustle she about to try to run. She's got to go right here, right now. If she calls, we don't answer nothing. She got to go. And I would put that on the category of passionate competitiveness, not so much lust. Fellas at that level want to prove something to themselves, and now you trying to, she think I can't get it, I can get it. And that's what I think got him.
Right. You said something to the last caller, and I'm gonna land my plane because I know your program is lit up, big brother. So I ain't gonna take too much of your time. But you said something to the last caller when you was talking about child support, and you said by the time we get to the 80s, was there a last straw or something had to happen where they just out of nowhere just got extremely stricter on the men for having multiple children? Was there a last straw in there?
Well, yeah, I mean, when you get to the 80s, you have Ronald Reagan, and everything then is about using the administrative government state to crack down on black folks. So you have the so-called war on drugs, welfare queens. Everything was politicized racially, and everything opened up the artillery racially. So you can get anything passed if you make a black person the demonizing face of it. Take a look at Michael Jackson. You can't get any laws passed in California, but Michael Jackson, all of a sudden, all them liberal Democrats could agree on making a law against him. So it goes the same way everywhere. The Willie Horton effect is very, very real. It always has been. So if you want something to pass politically, tell folks that this will penalize the niggas, and then they'll all get together. And they'll all unify and help on that. And so when the government decided, hey, we found a new hustle, let's go ahead and start hitting folks for alimony and child support.
Right.
They started using black males as the wedge to start demonizing it to get those laws more liberalized, so that basically the government's goal is to make laws where anything you do is illegal. We can get you for anything. So they wanted you to loosen up those child support laws so they could get you for anything. And not just that, we can go for you to give them powers they had never had before. Revoking your driver's license, taking your passport. This nigga owes child support. He ain't El Chapo.
Yes, sir.
But yet they want to open up they move child support arrears in the same category as embezzlement.
Oh, wow.
When you take a look at the penalties for it, they basically move that in the same damn category as embezzlement. Now, yeah, you're an A1 scumbag, no doubt about it. But embezzlement? Really? International terrorism? What? We're calling it the same way? Brother, it wasn't a bunch of dudes sitting up here owing child support and skipping the damn country.
Right.
You do that for future. Oh, you're a flight risk. A flight risk for child support? Since when did guys in child support court sit up here and become flight risks? When did that occur? And flight risk, it's not a crime. Oh, it is now. Well, before it was a crime, how many of them were flight risks? Who was leaving the country behind child support? That wasn't happening. So since we know that wasn't happening, that couldn't have been your reason for making the law. You were doing that because it opened up a new world of penalties and powers to the government. That this is just one thing we can use. And everybody was all cool with it when, just like the so-called war on drugs, they were confident that it would only target us. Once it started snatching up other people, oh, wait a minute now, the court system is not fair to men. It has never been fair to black men. Yeah, but it's not fair to white men now. Now it's a problem. Now it's an issue. Mass incarceration. If you got crack, if you're a crack addict, you need to be locked up in prison. Now It's time to mass incarcerate white people. Hey, you're an opioid addict. Oh, this is a disease. Incarcerating people is not the answer. It's been the damn answer for 80 years. Now, all of a sudden, the majority of the offenders are white. Now it's no longer the answer.
Right.
So that's the way it is, and that's the way it's been. That's the rationale. It has always worked. It continues to work. And what happens is folk wake up when the damn lion got you waist deep down his throat. Now they want to say, hey, there's a problem. The problem has been here. A whole bunch of folks have no problem selling out other people when they think they're going to be able to get away. The baby boomers and the civil rights generation had no problem running up massive debt, trashing the society economically, and passing the children and the grandchildren the bill.
Right.
We'll trash it and somebody else, well, I won't be on the hook for it. This is the kind of malevolently selfish society you're in. Oh, well, we'll weaponize the courts. They'll go after you folks over there. Hey, that'll make life easier for me. Yeah, right till they come for you. And what they found out is they're just going to come for you last. That's all. They came for us first. Okay, now they're getting around you. And you're finding it's going to be a hell of a fight to untangle these laws. If you even can. I don't promise any of you that we can untangle them. Not all of them.
Right.
We'll probably untangle a few at least, but overturning the whole thing, that's going to be a hell of an uphill climb right there. That's the result of it. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. If anybody disagrees with me here tonight for anything that you've heard here about Shannon Sharpe, by all means, you are welcome to give us a call here. The link to the Zoom is pinned at the top of the chat room, especially for anybody who has a dispute about it. This is tonight's hate or debate. It's been a while since we had one here, but I'm here to make the declaration. You are wrong about Shannon Sharpe, period. You are wrong. It's not about lust. It's not about lust and, oh, if these black males could just control themselves. If they can just control themselves. Charlize Theron is on the damn podcast talking about some 20-something-year-old dude was breaking me down and it was great. Black males are the only people told to control themselves sexually. Black males are the only people who are told that we got to give somebody a hall pass and we have to get a permission slip for sexual activity. We have to do that. Now, everybody else, even if they sexually assault us, what? Well, ain't no rules on anybody else. They can do whatever they want to do. Black males, no. You ain't checked in and got somebody's permission. You got to get somebody's permission before you can do something. You don't get to. The other thing they hate is seeing black males who are unapologetic about having sexual access to multiple women. See, white men get to do that. White men get to be raconteurs. White men get to be playboys. White men get to do that. Ain't nobody arguing with Leo DiCaprio. White men get to do that. Nobody argues with them, pushes back, demonizes them, tells them they're wrong. They just get to live their life. When you're a black male, you're supposed to take a vow of celibacy and, only one female at a time. Now, the females get to sleep with, hordes of men. Oh, it's bestial. The females get to get down like sexual National Geographic. It ain't nothing but Morris Day and Jungle Love. To the point that females, by the time they get in their 20s, their body counts are in the dozens. This where we at today. By the time the average female in America is in her 20s, her body count is in the dozens. And she will lie through. This is why most females today, oh, ladies, I got to read the mail. Lust destroys great men. What the hell does it do to the women, man? If lust so-called destroys men, what's it doing to the women?
Nigga, please.
The females out here today, there's a reason why most females are eager to move from the city they live in. You talk to a female today, yes, black women, I'm talking to you, but white women, by the way, we ain't leaving you out. Latina females, her step right up. Asians too. Hell, Filipino chicks come from around the world. What? Why are females today so eager to travel? You got a chick who lives in New York City. She trying to move to, they used to want to move to Atlanta or Chicago. Now they want to move to a place I want to move to Memphis. I want to move to Nashville. I want to move to Dallas. I want to move to Albuquerque.
Oh, please.
Yeah, they used to want to move to your major cities. Now they want to move to some real weirds. I want to move to Seattle. Baby, wait a minute. Hold on a second. You from a major city that's making money. Why do you want to move somewhere? I just want to change the scenery. Change the scenery, my ass. You ragged out, run through, and every damn thing else, and you trying to skip town to a place that you think nobody knows you. She trying to move from New York City? Yeah, because all 5 boroughs done run you ragged. All 5 boroughs done run you through the toll roads. She's in Atlanta. Oh, every inch of 285, know them draws. So many females today, why they want to move from state to state. They live in a major American city. She wants to leave. Why don't you just move out to the suburbs? It'll be cheaper. Nope. I want to move to a whole new state. Matter of fact, I want to move across the country. Fellas, I want y'all to think right now, to the men listening to me, the last 3 females you've been with, how many of them did you meet in the city that she was born in? Damn! To all of the men listening to me right now, regardless of race, color, creed, religion, ethnicity, if you're on American soil, think about the last 3 females you met. How many of them did you meet them in the city they were born in? Now, how many of them did you meet that she done moved all the way from somewhere else? You ain't never met a chick who was born in the city you met her in, unless you find some small rural southern area in America. But other than that, no, ain't nobody in Atlanta from Atlanta. Half of New York is in Atlanta right now. What? Half of New York is in Atlanta. The other half is in Florida.
And deal with it, nigga.
Half of New York City is in Atlanta. The other half is in the Carolinas and Georgia and down in Florida. Now, why is that? That sounds to me like lust has destroyed the females. All these chicks got body counts so damn deep they can't even remember all them dudes. It kind of is a blur. It's kind of a blur. She doesn't remember if that guy was her coworker or a one-night stand. This is where we at today. Females' body counts are so extensive. If they see a fella, if he slept with her long enough ago, she won't remember if that was a coworker she slept with or just one that she did overtime with. And don't get me started on if she was in the military. Damn! If you meet a chick who's in the military, yeah, she served more than a tour of duty. I'm not saying that to be hyperbolic. I'm just saying that to be honest about the situation. But everybody wants to tell black men what they're not supposed to do. Meanwhile, you're not putting these brakes on anybody else. The abortion clinics are banging off the chain. Nobody's telling everybody else that they need to stop giving in to lust. No one's wagging the finger at the females and saying the problem is you females are too lustful and too hypersexualized. They're not wagging the finger at them, but telling the black men, y'all need to start controlling yourselves. Okay, does anybody else besides us? Nope, just you. Okay, sounds like somebody has tried to demonize as a threat. Well, it sounds like to me. Okay. Let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom. I got Brandon here on Zoom. At least I think I do. I'm not sure here. I'll give you a few more seconds here. Maybe they got a slow connection. We got Brandon here on Zoom. I'm wondering where he's at. Okay, I can give you a couple more seconds here, Brandon, and I got to go on. Okay, Brandon, I'm not sure what's going on there, but thank you very much. Give us a call tonight. Let me go see if I can get Ambrosia up here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and get Ambrosia up here on Zoom tonight. All right, Ambrosia, what's on your mind?
Hi, Jason. I wanted to comment on what you said earlier about there are no good girls and women want to be ravaged and consumed.
Oh, hell, I don't know if I'm ready for you to kick the reel tonight. Let me sit down right quick here.
Boy,
remember,
what
just
in
a
the
few,
hell's the matter with you?
just a few, I want to say a few months maybe before Shannon got hit with that allegation. Remember, his phone went live on Instagram, and he was putting the work to his fashion designer or stylist, the woman that dressed him, and there was nothing soft about what he was doing. I heard it. There was absolutely nothing soft or gentle.
I did not hear it, but apparently you were enraptured, so I'm scared of. I don't know if I need the gruesome. Okay, this so TMI, y'all.
She was being raptured, and when you heard it, you understood why she was there. As a woman, you understood why she was there.
I'm so glad to get all the details, y'all. I love doing this program so I can get all these kind of details, but please proceed.
I'm just saying, like, the whole, softness. Yes, that's, there's a time and place for all of that. But the reason why the sexual revolution was kicked off is because women wanted to be desired and lusted after and dominated. If it couldn't have gone that way if that's not what women wanted. So this whole, good girls, the only reason why she's a good girl is because she hasn't had an opportunity to be bad yet. There are no good girls. Even the virgins are just waiting for their chance.
Being a proper bad girl takes time and learning. Otherwise, you're just really awkward and square. And that's when you become a Lauryn Hill or an Erykah Badu or a vegan. That's what happens then. When you go off and go do that, I'm glad you explained that, because that's the whole point. Every female wants to be a bad girl. Every female wants to have some Nicki Minaj energy, some Cardi B energy. Just know they can pull it off. They want to have some of that pull to them, but that takes time, man. You have to learn that. And if you didn't grow up being, in that environment to be able to learn that, once you get grown, you just become this really weird knockoff version of something you saw on TV. And it's just really awkward. So now you got to pick up something else. You got to become the slutty nerd, the slutty vegan, the restaurant. Yeah. So if y'all want to know why that happens, that's how that occurs. Go ahead.
Yes, exactly. So there are no good girls. Women want to be devoured. We want to be ravaged. We want to be enthralled and drowning in passion. And a lot of young men, because they don't have fathers in their lives and being raised by single women, they don't understand that line of walking between being dominant, commanding, and overbearing. That's a delicate line that a lot of men don't know how to walk. So they try to be aggressive, and it just comes off like, it almost comes off scary. Like, it's obvious you don't know what you're doing. And that's because they have not been taught. So when women gravitate to those men that do, there's the jealousy there. And so there has not been any situation I have been in where I have been introduced to a guy's family, and I've been taken home to meet his family. If it's not his brother or his uncle or a friend, somebody else is always trying to basically in my face, what you doing with him? What you doing? Where he find you at? You know you can do better, XYZ. You know the type of dude he is. There's always somebody, and it's 9 times out of 10 it's the close ones who are always trying to take the girl. So just wanted to.
Yeah, and fellas don't think y'all see that. There's the killing thing about it. we have all these YouTube channels, you have all this social media, and little things like this have never even been discussed before tonight. Women see this all the time, and when fellas sit up here and try this little smarmy stuff, and they got whole YouTube channels to the forward, and dudes be like, oh, I like that there. Okay, they might have some of that right, but the rest of this is nonsense. Now, let me go back to what you were saying there before, because it's the same thing for the females as it is for the guys. You said that guys who try to, they try to act like they're aggressive like that, and it doesn't work for them if they haven't been taught. Here's the issue. You can't be taught. What? That's the problem. That's what I meant with the females. That's what I'm saying. If you weren't raised in that environment, it's something you have to learn. Yeah. But it's not something somebody can sit down and teach you, to be totally honest, because it happens through trial and error. Because you have to learn not to do too much, because there's guys who do too much and then not so great things happen. So you have to learn through experience. You have to learn there's a range that you can go through from experience, and that's something you have to live. So if you're a fella who's been cocooned, you've been in a shell, you're recessive, you're an introvert, yeah, that ain't gonna work for you. That's not gonna work for you. You don't have the experience, you don't have the experiences, you don't have the exposure to be able to figure out what buttons you can push and which ones you absolutely can't. And once again, it becomes tricky because now you can't judge it by another man. You can't say that guy over there pushed these buttons, so I should be able to push it too. This is not a social program. That's not the way that works. Hard as it is to accept as a man, there will be men who can push buttons that you might not be able to. You just can't. Yeah, the button is there, and that dude's sitting over there tapping the hell out of it, and you can't press it. That button doesn't work for you, or if you do, alarms start going off. Only experience teaches you that kind of thing. Then you find out definitively where you rank at, how you can move and how you can't. And now you can move forward because you have a solid understanding and assessment of where you are, not where you wish you were. The beta male haters are guys who wish they could move a certain way and they can't. So then they become sanctimonious on those who can. I can have my criticisms of Shannon Sharpe and Diddy and anybody else without being a hater. I can have my criticisms of that without. I do not envy one freak off that Diddy had. I do not sit there at no time. He shouldn't be having all them freak offs. I should. I don't envy a single one. He can do it however he wants to do it. That's up to him. But the truth of the matter is that's not true for most males. There's a lot of fellas out there, the only thing they're upset about is that he was doing it and they weren't. He was sitting there with all them fine women all them years. Now he done gone down, that's right. And the only mistake them chicks made was they was laying up with Diddy and should have been laying up with me. And as a female, that's what the real heart of it is. These fellas not really being sanctimonious because this is some principled position they're taking. Their only real gripe is that Diddy was laying up with, the girls were laying up with Diddy and not you. Mm-hmm. That's your only real objection. Why were all them chicks laying up with him and not me? Because as a female, and I think you'll bear witness about this, if you want to know what a man really thinks of you, just tell him you would never consider having sex with him. Now you'll find out what he really thinks about you. I don't care how hard he tries to pretend. If a female makes it clear to a fellow that she has absolutely no sexual interest in him and never would, now you're going to find out what he really thinks about you and how he really feels about you. And all of a sudden, them fellas who were kissing your ass and, oh, baby, I'll take you to work at 2 a.m, they'll drive by you at 100 miles an hour with a flat tire in high noon in Dallas on Interstate 35. If you just let them know, I'll do everything else with you except sex. I'm just not really sexual about that with you. Now you find out what they think.
Mm-hmm. It's true. It's very true. I have a neighbor. I call him the stalker. There is nothing attractive about this man, but I can guarantee you, if I call him and say, can you do X, Y, Z for me? He's going to do it just like that. And I have no interest in this man. And I've made it extremely clear to him. But just because I talk to him and I'm nice to him and smile, that's all he needs.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't called the police or pulled out a knife on them, so he's just like, well, maybe I'll get my shot. And once again, they call them orbiters. I always call them back pocket dudes, but these fellas who are waiting their turn, this is where we are today. They're waiting their turn. So glad we're doing a nice program here. Let me go ahead. I forgot about this. Let me go ahead and throw this up right quick. Boy, this thing is messing with me now. I had forgotten about this, but I want to go ahead and show this right quick because I had posted this. There was an article from People Magazine. People, it's insane. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. This guy proposed to his girlfriend 43 times.
I saw that.
43 times in 7 years. Let me go ahead and throw it up on the screen so y'all can see it. Proposed to her 43 times in 7 years. This is a real story. 43 times in 7 years. You can take a look at him right here. You can take a look at her. Does she look genuinely thrilled? Because, by the way, this looks like Travis Hunter. He looks a whole lot more giddy than she does. I'm just gonna leave it at that. She looks like, I'm cool. He looks like I've won the jackpot. She doesn't look like she's won the jackpot. She looks like, all right. Now, of course, we all know what the hell happened. First of all, let's just get to the brutally ugly math of this. 7 times, 7 years, 43 times. By that math, that means that he proposed every other month.
Nigga, what?
No, seriously. By that math, that means that he proposed every other month. If he proposed 6 times a year, that means that, numerically speaking, he proposed every other month. And she said no. Listen, here's the killing part. She said no every other month for 7 years. Now, do you think that she was celibate that whole time? Do you think that he was the only person that she had any relations with for 7 years? While she was saying no, she was with somebody else's, plural. She was with everybody. They was out there power bombing her is what was going on. Come on now. They were out there power bombing her was what was doing. They were giving her the Eddie Guerrero frog splash. So, and eventually either the one or ones plural that she wanted, they made it clear, yeah, baby, it's been a cool 7 years. We read deuces, and this guy was the last one standing. Mm-hmm. And she finally just said, I'll be damned. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, but for 7 years, them dudes was giving her the spine buster. Damn! They was giving her the spine buster for 7 years, and he stood there. And my point is, by the way, if you all read the article, it's insane, some of the stuff he was doing. It's insane. Talking about he took her on trips. She said, I loved him, but I didn't want to say yes to something I later retracted. That's what the hell we're talking about. I loved him, but I didn't want to say yes to something I later retracted. That doesn't sound like love. That doesn't sound like that to me. Yeah. And the problem is Shannon Sharpe. The problem is Shannon Sharpe, really. Fellows here don't think about this stuff. They really, really don't. By the way, let me go ahead and show you something else here. You take a look on your screens. It says he persisted. He planned one extravagant proposal after another over the course of 7 years. He rented out a castle in Prague. A castle in Prague. What? That's fairy tale. Arranged candlelit dinners and planned a horseback riding excursion on a Jamaican beach. during his 42nd proposal. This nigga's like Tom and Jerry. He just kept losing. After his 42nd proposal, Sarah promised Luke, next time you ask, I'm going to say yes, but just you wait.
Wow.
Just you wait for what? 7 years later, why does he have to keep at? Well, next time you ask, that means she went back to the dude who was giving her the tombstone pile driver, and let him know, look, you ain't gonna sit up here and keep body slamming these draws for another 7 years. So I got somebody wanna marry me. So is you gonna do this? Now we all know that's what happened when she says this. Next time you propose, what do you mean next time? That means you're talking to somebody now. She wants to string you along. And if her preferred option says no, damn it, I guess I gotta settle for you. Get your little lame ass over here. During his 42nd proposal, she promised, next time you ask, I'm going to say yes. After a year went by, y'all, Luke took Sarah to Greenwich in southeast London, where Greenwich Mean Time, the yearly average or mean of the time each day when the sun crosses the prime meridian at the Royal Observatory Greenwich, is kept. This is how far out he was going to propose. On the 42nd try, after 7 years, she kept him hanging for 7 years. You call that genuine passion? You call that commitment? Or do you call that, oh, well, it worked? He said, this is the center of the world and you are the center of the world and I want you to marry me. And then Sarah at long last replied with that one simple word, yes. Find that to be very interesting. By the way, you look on your screens there and see she's wearing all black.
What? Damn!
Just thought I'd throw that in there. Okay. Jason, why'd you go through that story? Why'd you go there? The couple tied the knot in May during a destination wedding in Jamaica. Folks, have y'all heard about these destination weddings? You all need to go look that up. That's a big scandal. If you all want to know a big scandal, go look up the destination weddings thing and are they worth it? You all want to go down a rabbit hole that'll make you more cynical than you already are? Go look up these destination weddings. I won't even lead you all on that one. You can go Google that for yourselves. Go look into it for yourselves about these destination weddings. You're going to sit up here and give somebody their dream wedding and whatnot, these destination things. Like, okay, so this guy was throwing, he rented out the damn castle and she didn't say yes. Remember that castle in Prague? She didn't say yes. He rented that one out and she didn't say yes. It was years later. He got a castle in Prague, still didn't say yes. Then takes her to Jamaica. And what I'm saying, the reason I went through all that is because, Ambrosia, and you know this, the problem we have right now is we have a feckless group of fellas out here who are willing to wait their turn.
You're right.
The whole point of the story I just gave you all is there is a group of dudes out here. They are ready and willing to wait their turn. 7 years later, while she's wiping the sweat and ooze of other males off of her, and this guy apparently got money to rent castles, and this is what his money is worth to him. This is what his productivity is worth to him. This is what his resourcefulness is worth. He did all that hard work for a chick who strung him along for 7 damn years. Why should females treat us better when this is what males are willing to do? And y'all know it. Fellas can talk about simps and whatnot, but what is these fellas doing? As females, you're subject to what men do, not what they say. Mm-hmm. If he says he's going to come through for you and doesn't, that's what you got to live with. Mm-hmm. So you know full well, fellas say things, but take a look at what they're doing. Mm-hmm. You all understand that's what you gauge. And as a female, well, I'll be damned if they're willing to whistle around. If he's willing to orbit for 7 years, while I sit up here and get my back smashed like a quadriplegic. Yep. 7 years.
That's very sad.
And they will wait their turn. This guy is not an outlier. This is the culture. Males today, there are a significant percentage, a significant fraction that they're just waiting their turn. They're just waiting their turn. And they'll just tell you, well, look here, baby, just go shower up and we'll call it even. They don't want to ask any questions. That's where they get in trouble. They won't ask questions about who it was, though they know there was somebody else. Oh, well, she finally opened the door for me. And it's only when something happens that lets them know what the hell really occurred, now it goes bad. Because now he can't pretend anymore. But up until then, baby, they're just waiting their turn. They're willing to wait their turn. After you all can talk about Alex Fine all you want to, but there's a whole bunch of vast portion of the male population is doing the same thing. Yo chick is out here getting freaked off, freaked in, freaked over, freaked out. You're not asking any questions. Well, she old now. She a different version.
Yeah.
Here I'm waiting my turn. She used to be fly. She's way past the damn prime, but okay. Tech and Peck said, what's the likelihood that he gets disrespected 43 times the next 7 years before getting divorced? The likelihood is outrageously high. What's she been doing for the last 7 years? The past is the best indicator of the future. Okay. The bottom line is she doesn't respect him. And he is obviously not her first choice or second or third. He's the one who was still standing after all the better options that she really desired fell through. And the bottom line is, buddy, you're bringing peak productivity to a chick who's not bringing you peak desire. You're making her your first choice. You're pedestalizing her to a crazy extent for a woman who would not do the same for you and isn't doing it. That's the problem. It would be you're moving heaven and earth for a woman who wouldn't move a coaster for you. That's the problem. She doesn't feel the same about you. You're giving $1 million of productivity and effort to somebody who doesn't see you worth $100 worth. That's what's got us screwed up. Right there. And there's a bunch of fellas out here that, yeah, it's not that chick right there, but yo chick is at the damn Usher concert. There's a bunch of fellas right now. Yo broad been to the Usher concert, been in the Chris Brown concert, and she's back at your place right now. Yo chick has been on a girls trip, and she's back at your place right now. You talking about a happy marriage. And she's back at your place right now. Sitting right here with you looking cross eyes and hoping that she doesn't hear me talking. And she's sitting there with you right now. It's not just Shannon Sharpe. It's not just Diddy. It's not just dudes at the Usher concert. There's a bunch of fellas out here doing the same thing. Maybe you got to do it at a lower level. But yeah, that's how they're moving. That's how they're moving.
You're right. Even the married, I know 3 married women, and all 3 of them have been married since their 20s, and they are bored. They are unhappy. They're not going to get divorced because, they live well, but they love going out of town. They love going on girls trips, especially on out of town girls trips, like to the Caribbean. They love it. And these are married women, and they go without their husbands. So I'm pretty sure they're getting that passion on that island.
What kind of man in 2025 would let his woman go to Jamaica? Unless he's doing the Diddy thing, that's all I can. And even Diddy didn't want Cassie going around with nobody else. So all I can say is we got buck broken males. They're going out into the world to earn 6-figure incomes to get buck broken. It's like, dude, you could have worked at Five Guys and done that. This is where we at today. This is where we are. So, fellas, just take it as a cautionary tale. I'll let you have the last word.
That's all I wanted to say, Jason. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. More hurting feelings tonight. Let me see. We got Brother Lex up here on Zoom. I got Brother Lex here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Brother Lex up here. All right, Brother Lex, what's on your mind?
I wasn't even planning on calling Brother Jason, but I just wanted to get your input on a situation that happened the other day. But first off, thank you for the broadcast. Amazing talking points, executed flawlessly. So I was listening to your broadcast about the 4 female qualifiers. I think you did that like 2 years ago, right? Um, and I had a situation the other day. So there was a woman that I've known in passing for since high school. Pretty much, she had like long story short, she had like a shirt that I had lent her, and
In high school?
no, not in high school, not high school. Long story
Okay,
short,
dude, I thought you loaned to her in high school. I'm like, bro, let that go.
Now we reconnected, and she stopped by my place. It was raining that day, so I gave her a change of shirt because we had went to an event. We caught each other, and so long story short, I lent her a shirt after an event that we had reconnected at. But when a month had passed by, and she, I had to pick it up. She told me, "Oh, come to my house." When I went to her home, and this is what I wanted your input on. When I went to her home, it felt like a dude was living there. Like, more or less, she was like, it was like a bachelor pad. Like, it didn't feel like a home. There was no decor. It was not even like a bathroom rug. It just felt like this is where you stay. And she's been there for like 5 years, but it felt weird, and like there was just no sense of homeliness. But then again, she's like trying to basically, lay the pressure on me. Like, yeah, I think I like you. I want to be a girlfriend. And I was dealing with a guy for 10 years, but I don't want to deal with that. Like, I got all these traits, and really trying to lay it on me heavy. But I'm, my antenna's going up like, I don't know, like, what's really your MO? So I kind of kept it at arm's length. But I just wanted your input on that because, like, the home, to me, the home reflects just how you operate, the mentality. But
I mean, how you do one thing is how you do all things. So first of all, see if there's a correlation between how she keeps her car and how she keeps where she lives. So, because your car is an extension of your house. So how you do one thing is how you do all things. If her car is all aromatic and girly and the house is all stripped down, either her funds are really super low and she doesn't really spend like that, or it might be true. The other thing is, you're talking about her, that might be a guy's place. So that would be the thing I would be thinking about. When you went over there, had you tried to go over there previously and she didn't give you permission to or something, or put you off or stalled or delayed or something?
Nah, she was always forthcoming about it. She said, yeah, you can stop by any time in the past. It just timing got the best of me, and I had other things going on.
Because there's my thing right there, is that there are some girls who are super hoes and just they don't want to seem suspicious, so they tell you, oh, you can come by anytime, and the next thing you know, you there, and then the next thing you know, hey, Charlene, what you doing in there? Who called this out here? So that kind of mess happens with little slutty broads all the time, and then next thing you know, you're on TikTok jumping from the third floor for your life. So that happens too, so I can't say that doesn't occur. Although the fact if she gave you free reign to show up whenever, that's one thing. For a female, the way it generally works is if a female is always available when you call her, number one, she's crazy, but number two, it's unlikely a bunch of nonsense is going on there. So it may be, under those circumstances, I'm more inclined to think it's a dichotomy between things. But first, I would take a look at that car and look at the house and see if they look the same way. I would start there.
Well, she doesn't have a car. She dresses up like,
oh boy,
she looks good.
What city are we in with no car?
Brooklyn.
Okay, well, let me put that to the side. If you're in New York, that can happen. But she in Brooklyn, so oh boy. Okay.
Yeah.
If you had said Staten Island or something, if she was the Bronx, oh hell no, it's straight up hoes. Brooklyn, she.
But here's the thing, she's from the Bronx. So she's originally from the Bronx.
Grimy. Okay. Just geographically based alone, just the environment based alone. Now that you said she's from Brooklyn by way of the Bronx, okay. Yeah. All right, bro. Yeah. Just okay.
Yeah, that's why I didn't even like.
No, wait a minute. Wait. Do you have a car?
Yeah. I don't.
Okay, so not the one.
I rent here and there. Yeah,
not the one you have a car. So now that shed some light on it because she would be less inclined to think that you're just going to show up out of nowhere. Because depending on where you're coming from, getting to her is a bit of a hassle. So, I mean, of course, you can catch an Uber or something like that, but it's just to check and see if anything's going on, especially in New York because traffic is hell, or at least it's waiting room to hell. So, yeah, a female might be willing to risk it. That, well, what are the realistic chances he's just going to jump up and come over here for no reason? So she like I say, now you got to start investigating other factors. So I can't rule it out off the top, especially where's she from. Yeah. Is she Dominican mixed?
Nah, African.
Where at from Africa, bro? Kenya, Ethiopia, and Nigeria are the bad ones to watch out for.
Ghanaian, yeah.
Okay.
But I have a question about a Nigerian chick that I've been dealing with.
Ain't no questions. Is she from Nigeria? Is she in the game? But go ahead.
So, been dealing with her for like about almost a year.
I've been dealing with her. Have you been dealing with her naked?
Yeah.
Okay, proceed.
Yeah. So
that tells us. By the way, that tells us everything we need to know right there. But go ahead and ask your question anyway.
So now she's just like, do you want to be with me and stuff? And there's been some issues that popped up that, you know, made me a little hesitant. Like
the family is pressing. Okay, folks,
yeah.
he's not telling you. He's been laying on top of her for about a year, and she hit him with the "Where are we going?" speech. And how am I doing so far?
You're on point.
Yeah, there you go. There's nothing new under the sun, people. It's the same story. It's just your turn to live it. But go ahead.
But here's the thing: in the beginning, Jason.
Nigga, the beginning is over, but go ahead.
Model citizen.
Thank you. The beginning is over. Niggas are stuck on nostalgia. Nigga, the beginning is over. She's not gonna come at you with a battle axe. Women know what they got to do to get started. She expects to get a return on this investment. She has invested a year in you. She is now here for her damn return. She's here to get that investment, that residual check now.
But here's the thing: there were situations that popped up that I felt disrespected on. You know, every time we try to meet up, she's always late. Never prioritize that. The attitude.
Okay, she's always late. Define late.
I'm talking like if we set, all right, for example, Valentine's Day happened. She showed up an hour late to dinner reservations. Like, I'm sitting there at the bar for an hour, you know, waiting for the chick to show up. So that's just one of many examples of it. And then on the flip side, attitude, like sometimes I feel like I'm always getting accused of stuff. It's just a lot of stuff that's popping up. And I'm just like, yeah, this is not, I feel like, and when I try to tell her, you know, yo, like you kind of tripping. Oh, well, no, you made me feel uncomfortable about that. I don't know. I just feel like I don't know.
Okay, let me explain something to men. Crazy. Let me explain something to men about female timeliness. Females are always on time for what they want to be. If it's a job interview, she's early. If she's a manager, she early. If it's her graduation day, she's early. Women are on time for what they want to be on time for. If you are what she wants, she's on time. If she's not taking it that seriously, fellas, that's the sign right there. That's not a quirk. Females are on time for what they want to be on time for. What I'm telling you is, let me say this to you guys a little more diplomatically. Women prioritize what they want to prioritize. She been getting dressed and putting on makeup since she was in 7th grade. She didn't just meet you just now trying to figure that out.
Exactly.
So that's what's going on, fellas. If a female is late, she is showing who she's trying to dictate and show what the value is. At the very least, she is not afraid of offending you. And she should be worried about offending you. So at the very least, with a man's time, she's showing you, I don't really think it's that serious. So what this tells me is she's at least a size 6 or 8. She thinks she looks pretty good enough that she can go around and do silly things. Nah,
she's like, I'd say maybe a 2 or 4. She's nice. She's nice. She's built.
Okay,
nice.
That's what I mean. I'm just saying she ain't Gilbert Grape. Okay. She ain't Gilbert Grape coming through the door. So she's not Awesome Kong coming through the door. So that's what I'm saying. She thinks that. Okay, here's the mentality we're dealing with today. So many females hear the men complaining about the same 3 things. Females with bastard kids, overweight, and nasty attitudes, or broke. So if the chick figures if I'm below a size 10, no kids, and got a job, y'all niggas should be kissing my ass shiny. That's what they took away from the last decade of male complaints. All I got to do is be childless, not fat, and have a job, and you niggas should be kissing my ass till it gleams. And I don't have to do anything for you except eventually show up. I don't even have to be agreeable. So if I've done those 3 things, I should get the world. And that's literally their attitude, and that's how they're treating y'all.
Exactly. So, and to the point is, and stuff that you said, like, and around the midway point, you know, I'd see her once every other week so I can have my time to kind of just decompress and just work on projects. Demand started coming up like, I want to see you every week. Oh, why are you not trying to see me this week? Do you not care about me? Do you not want to see me? I just feel like I don't feel like you really like me as much as I do to you. And I'm just like, what are you talking about here? Like
that's good. Well, that's good because that does show desire. So that's fine. The problem is if it's nagging. When that occurs, if you feel like it's nagging, now we got a problem. Because the bottom line is, if you told her, I'll see you when I come through, that's it. When she starts nagging, that's going to be the next step to dictating other things to you. So if this is your schedule and this is how you can deal with that, that's it. If she's not content with your schedule, she can bounce. But as far as being on your phone and nagging you, it won't stop here. This is the gateway. She's going to be nagging you about this to knuckle you under when you get henpecked. Because look, you can either lay up under her or you can make money. You can lay up under her or you can get some productivity done. You doing stuff. It's not like you just sitting around doing nothing. She wants you to be hugged up under her because she wants, quote, emotional reassurance. And what I'm saying is when you start replacing productivity with her, it won't stop. She's not going to just stop here. Now you're going to be required to replace other things, and it's going to keep going. And next thing you know, she's going to tell you, we can't do this no more. Why not? You've changed. You're not the guy you were when I met you. So wait a minute. You changed me from all the stuff I was doing. I accommodated you, and now you're going to penalize me? Brother, women do this every single day. They met you. She met you for the guy you are. She's going to see everything she can try to do to change it. And then once you change it, she's going to tell you you're wrong for it and penalize you until you're not the same guy. Exactly.
And that's exactly it. So when those conversations came up, I'm trying to explain certain character flaws that, you know, I'm not messing with, I'm not vibing with. There's always like a rebuttal to it. And I'm just like, yo, come on, man.
Okay, let me explain to the fellas here another thing. Men, we don't have to repeat ourselves. Women heard you the first time. Fellas will be like, okay, you have to repeat it 7 or 8 times. She heard you the first time. What she doesn't believe is that you're going to replace her. She thinks that what she is showing you, and I want the fellas to drill this through your damn heads. This is lesson number 1 for the night. She thinks that she is your best option. She doesn't think you have a better one. So now she thinks she can have all kinds of liberties. That's what she believes. Your behavior is going to tell her whether that's true or not. Because it might be true. But my bottom line is you can feel it. You can be uncomfortable with all you want to. Obviously, your discomfort doesn't bother her. Obviously, you not being comfortable with this is not changing her. And she's like, you know what? That's nigga, you deal with it. That's just the cost of doing business. I'm cool.
And deal with it, nigga.
So the bottom line is she goes by what you do, not what you say. As long as she's mistreating you like that or making you uncomfortable, being disagreeable, and you're still standing there, she's like, okay, it must be all right. He's still standing there. Now let me see how much more I can do. And next thing you know, you're going to be doing a whole bunch of work and giving her a 1% lifestyle, and you're going to be wondering what the hell ever happened to you.
That's true. One last thing, and before, I sign off, but what are your thoughts about, so the conversation about why can't I post you on my social media? Why I can't post it? Like, I mean, no, like I'm a private person. I just don't want my face or being attached to anyone that I'm not 100% committed to at the moment. Like, let's just keep that between you and me. And it started a whole shitstorm. So I'm just trying, and then I'm getting accused of like, yo, you're moving weird. And I'm like, yo, that's just me. You can't respect my wishes. I don't understand. So I wanted your take on it. Like what's up with that?
Fellas, that can be a tricky thing right there. Look, I've never done the social media thing like that about me posting up and doing selfies and all this old stuff right there. I post my thoughts, my ideas, my accomplishments. I do that. females who use that as some sort of, digital scrapbook, which is basically what you're looking at there. They want to use it as a digital scrapbook. If that's not what you're okay with and comfortable with, you should say it straight out like that. Hey, I don't do the social media thing like that. And I'm not really cool on females who heavy on social media like that either, unless you got a business to run. I'm not cool having a female who does a lot of social media unless she has a business. If she makes money on social media, that's one thing. If she just does social media and she's looking for more stuff to show on social media because she wants to stun another hose, that's a different thing to me, because I don't like my life being out there like that. And here's the other problem, brother, and I'm just going to say it just like it is. If you were the chick for 3 years and you've allowed her to post all these artifacts of your life on her page, your business is out there. Y'all two break up, your business is out there, and she's not even here anymore. So there's the risk that you run as a man under those circumstances. So I'll leave it up to you. What the extent is, I know what my philosophy and my ideology is for it. For you as fellas, if you're not comfortable with it, y'all need to be straight up from the very beginning about that. If she's got longevity, tell her, don't act like she doesn't. But if she doesn't, don't act like she does. And right now, you've been naming a few red flags for yourself. And she's only 1 year in. I only got one more question. How old is she?
31.
Nigga, please. Nigga, please. Nigga, what? Nigga, what?
Turning 32, yeah.
Bro, she's setting her ways. So what you got is what you got. That's it. What you have right there is what you have. She's 31 years old. Ain't gonna be no molding, ain't gonna be no shaping. It's not gonna be any correcting. Brother, this is it. She's 31. At this point right now, remember what I taught you all, unspoken female assumptions and the dark arts of game. She is expecting you to take up where the last man left off at. Whatever she was doing with him, whatever she was getting away with him, whatever abuses she was doing, whatever liberties she was taking, she's expecting you to just pick up where he left off at. And that you're going to give her credit for time served. So if she was with the last guy for, what'd you say, 10 years, somebody you talking about was for 10 years, or if she was with another fella for 7 or 8 years, she expects you to give her this woman just now in the last year expects you to give her 7 or 8 years of credit. Now, she gave them 7 years to somebody else, but she expects you to give her credit for time served, and that you're going to take up where he left off at. And whatever he was supposed to do after 7 years, you're going to do it now. And you don't have 7 years, you have 7 months.
Crazy.
Well, I mean, but that's how they rationalize it to themselves. So now, brother, when y'all get a chick in their 30s, that's it, fellas. It's not 40s or menopause and they're stuck in their ways. When they hit their halfway through their 20s, when they get 25, 26, that's pretty much calcified. When they hit over 28, what you got is what you got. When they're in their 30s, it's over. You will brother, get comfortable with what she is and accept that. If she just shows up late for stuff, hey, that's who she is, and whatever positive she got, you're going to keep those. But you will be able to make micro changes, but you will not be able to make macro changes. You'll be able to change small things. You will not be able to change her into something else. And that's just going to be it.
Man, thank you again for your time, Brother Jason. Listen, everybody, check out the business. Just check out the catalog of information. It will serve you well. So I thank you again, Brother Jason.
In her case, I will give you one bit of advice. Stop answering her so much.
Yeah.
Because she's doing that to check you. And every time you do that, it validates to her who's got more value. So the real thing is, I guarantee every time she contacts you, you're answering.
Yeah,
you're calling that being polite, but that's sending, in her mind, that's a check you, nigga. So she's checking you. And every time you do that, that's sending her a different message. Now, I don't know what your intentions are with her, but it's certainly even in the short term, if you want to correct that one, stop answering.
Well, I should just stop calling altogether because I'm the only one that be calling for the most part. So it's just like, yeah.
You're the only one. Whoa. You're the only one who calls.
Like, I call the majority of the time.
Okay, this story's contradicting itself now. First you said she was contacting you. Now you say you're the one calling her.
No, like, that's the thing. She was the communications just started switching up weird. Like, she was contacting me
Now is she was contacting you. You did say she is contacting you. Now you're saying she was.
He is. He is contacting me. But what I'm
brother,
saying is that
okay, choose a lie. Okay, which lie are we going with? Which one is it?
No, like what I'm saying is that when it comes to like daily communication and outreach.
In the last 2 weeks, who has initiated contact first thing of the day?
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
Case closed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fellas, if the chick is not checking in with you, case closed. If you are initiating most or all the contact, there's a power play going on. And she's trying to get you into a certain position. And if you're following up behind her, that's what she's looking for. That you are following up behind her, maybe another dude in the picture. Not sure. I can't confirm that one necessarily. But if a chick is into you, she's contacting you, fellas. I mean, that's just what it is. A female is not into a fella that she ain't contacting. She wants to be the first thing you see in the morning. She wants to contact you. She wants to have that. So if she's not doing it, and you contacting her, you have established the power dynamic in the relationship. There it is.
Yeah, but when I don't contact, I'll just, not say anything all day. She'll call and just like turn up on me about stuff. I'm just like, yo, are you serious? Like, what's the issue? We already know the answer. We already know where it needs to go.
Okay, sir, let me explain that one to you here for the fellas listening. Fellas, with Jason, if something like that happens, what do you do here? That's a power play thing. That's like a mad mother sitting up here checking her son. If you contacted her and she does not, you do not contact again at all. If she does contact you and call you, you do not answer. About an hour later, you'll send her a text message after that. But what you don't do is jump on the phone. That's how you turn that thing around if you're interested in even trying to turn the ship around to that far. But what I am going to say is, fellas, when that's kind of dynamic starts happening, it's like, okay, start demonstrating that you don't need her. And that's not something you say, it's something that you do. And I'm not talking about from a playing games perspective, because I'm not talking about playing games right now. You're talking about she used to be initiating contact. Now you're not. Brother, you sent a bad signal to her somewhere along the line that she has more value than you do. You've made that very clear to her. And she's doing what a rational person would do. She's pressing it. If she's the one with the most value, why does she got to put in the most effort? She's already brought, as I just said, you've let her know she's already brought her value. Now she wants to see how high the value is. So yes, now it's about extracting as much value as we can. First, attention and money and time and effort. This price is going to keep going on up. Jason, how high? The sky's the limit. So as I said, she's testing the boundaries, and you have shown her socially she's got more value than you. Now she's pressing it, and it will not stop. The only thing that'll stop it is if you just show, hey, you got other options, and the stuff you've been doing, you stop doing it. She will notice that immediately. But it can't be for nothing. You can't sit up here and be on some whiny stuff. It can't be on, oh, well, I'm trying to correct things. You don't say anything about that. What you been doing? I've been busy. What you been doing, brother? Y'all supposed to be black men. We got a universal response to any damn body who asks us what we doing. I've been handling business. Your mama, your co-workers, your best friend, the clergy. Somebody asks you what you doing. I've been busy. Busy doing what? Handling business. What kind of business? My business. What you want? Don't pepper me with no questions. What you want? When you start responding to people with that kind of attitude, like, okay, it's just all strictly business, that's when they start noticing. But I'm not here to have a conversation with you. This is the correction. I'm not here to tell you what you did wrong. You know what you did wrong. We don't have to have a conversation about that. Your behavior needs to change if you want their behavior to change. But we're not here to argue it nor debate it. So when you make that change, you cannot tell her it's because of something she did. Because furthermore, that won't work. The reason that will not work is because you've already tipped your hand. As far as she's concerned, that's manipulation. Now it's game on. When you do that right there, and she's like, oh, hell, I thought he was real for a minute. Oh, he thinks he gonna turn me. Well, two can play this game. Don't do that one. When you do what you do, there is no explanation needed. It's like, yeah, I'm doing something different. No animosity, no malice. I'm taking care of business. Baby, I've been busy. I got things to do. If she wants to have an attitude, that's, well, baby, I got to go here. I got to go. Can't handle with you right now. Click. Mm-hmm. And we'll get back to you whenever. You acting funny, you this, that, and the other. She's going to throw a million text messages at you. Okay. You don't respond to that stuff right there. You don't respond to that. As a man, the problem that's missing here, brother, is some stoicism.
Yeah. And I was at that moment, but to your point, the triple X rated action, man, it got crazy. So
I know it always does, fellas out there, and
Yeah.
that's fine when you got 2 or 3 options. But the real thing is, you all need to have it solidified in your heads what she's there for.
Yeah.
And the problem I have with you fellas today is that you all have become incapable of having sex with a female and just going home. Y'all want to have sex with them, and then y'all want to have them put y'all on a leash. As opposed to, you can have sex with them and hit the damn subway and leave and be okay. Y'all can leave. Y'all leave and fall to pieces. And the females see that. That's the issue. So it's not a flex, brothers. Oh, well, the triple X rated sex. Yeah, but if the triple X rated sex got you sprung, that's not a flex anymore. Because now it's a power dynamic. And if she realizes that sex got you sprung like that, and now she can flip the whole script and you're still there, now it's not enjoyable anymore.
Yeah.
Because what is the sex costing you?
Exactly. And I'm at that point where it's just like, all right, this is just more of a headache than fun anymore, So I appreciate the brutal honesty, brother Jason. I'm gonna definitely take everything into account. Just what I do moving forward.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I have never seen sex be fulfilling for a man when he wasn't respected. If he's not respected, it's like all of a sudden it loses all of its value. Let me go ahead and see if we can jump back over here on Zoom right quick. Let me see if I can get Mark up here on Zoom. Looking for Mark up here on Zoom. Let me see here. Mark, I can give you a couple of seconds here. Please make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on for me, just so we don't have any trolling issues. Nobody else is going to see you except me. I'm the only one. But just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues, I just want to make sure that we don't have any problems with that. All right, Mark, we got you here on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, I think everybody keeps leaving out this one thing about the Shannon Sharpe thing. Like, Shannon Sharpe has been showing signs for the past 3-5 years of just, coon tendencies and stuff like that, because why every time he get around white people, he let his guard down? You're telling me, when you're on Club Shay Shay, you're talking like you're stern and how you deal with these women and stuff like that. But then behind closed doors, you get around a Becky and you're going and meeting her at her place where she can have cameras set up. She can have cameras set up, and she's dictating the rules, and you're not protecting yourself, and you have a hovering $100 million ESPN deal, that's hovering around, that's getting ready to be solidified, and you're letting her dictate the playing grounds of y'all, interactions. Like, come on, man. Like, I think that's the thing. Like, when you was right by calling out these guys who was trying to dictate people, black men's sexual habits. It's like, look, man, ain't nothing wrong with being, sexually intimate with a woman that you want to be, but don't be, if you have business, handle your business and don't let them be dictating the playground. Like, he didn't make this girl sign no NDAs. She's dictating, he didn't, all right, we meet me at this hotel or Airbnb or whatever. He's probably meeting her at her spot where she got camera set up like Kevin Hart did. Come on, we got to talk about this shit, about these guys who are cooning. Man, he's been cooning for a minute. I'm not going to lie. I just wanted to see if you touched on that or what you thought about that.
Well, I mean, certainly he let his guard down to an extent there, because obviously he knows what the protocol is supposed to be, because he presented her with an NDA. So I'm just like, okay, dude, that NDA is supposed to be a deal breaker. That NDA was given to you by your attorney. So if your life has proceeded to a situation where it's serious enough where you've gotten an attorney involved, then you're aware of what the stakes are. So that's where the rule was broken. It's not lust and hypersexuality. It is you lost track of protecting the assets for whatever the reason was. So the NDA is a warning sign that this person is a hazard. A warning sign that the person can't really ignore unless they're just looking to ignore it. Now, as far as some of the other stuff, look, I've been a critic of Shannon for a while. I'm not going to give any of the nonsense a pass. Absolutely not. Not going to do it tonight. Not going to do it ever. Everything I have said previously still stands, and it is what it is. All of that having been said, my issue was with people trying to demonize it as, oh, you black males are hypersexualized and full of lust, and that's what the issue is, as opposed to something else. So I can't speak 100,000% about what motivated him, but I suspect what really motivated it was competitiveness. Here's the other thing. I mean, we just got to be honest about this. You know, Shannon Sharpe talked to Steve Harvey, and you remember, if you watch on the Club Shay Shay, and they talked about when they were kids growing up and they were in abject poverty. You know, I'm talking about outhouses and the whole damn 9 yards. So what I'm saying is that sticks with you. I mean, that's going to be with you. That feeling of lack and that feeling of deficiency, that's going to hang on you for the rest of your life. That's going to be what molded you and made you. That's always going to be what you are. We also know how this goes. Well, if that's how he grew up, especially, you know, with that lisp he got and everything, he wasn't the girl's delight. He wasn't the guy that the girls were really trying to kick it with. So he's had to earn a position where he got that kind of attention. Now he's in his late 50s, and he's just now getting ready to able to run the field. He's just now being able to, I mean, when he was in NFL, he was just one guy there. I mean, we knew who Shannon Sharpe was, but you know, he wasn't on anybody's top 10 list or anything. No disrespect. I mean, even he said it. So, I mean, he wasn't up there, you know, with Terrell Davis and Emmitt Smith and folk like that. He wasn't up there in them names like that. And that's cool. That's great. He said it himself. I'm telling you, he's compensating for lost time. He's remembering what it was, and he's been waiting to get that kind of thing going. Now he's at a level where, as far as athletes are concerned, he's one of the most well-known on the planet after his career. I feel like he's compensating at this point for stuff he didn't get to do. And in the pursuit of that, now you left yourself open.
Hold up, Jason. I think you might have this one wrong. Because this guy is a guy who has multiple kids by multiple women. He's been out there. He's played around. So he's not inexperienced. I don't think it's that. I think when he gets around white people, man, he lets his guard down. Like, it's like,
well, no doubt about that. I'm not debating that part of it. Certainly, he's demonstrated that tendency. Absolutely, he does. When you're saying he's got kids by women, I mean
multiple women.
Right,
he's been out there.
Right,
he's been out there.
Right, but here's the thing, brother. Were these children by women he actually wanted? Because that's the part that's been missing. That I think has been missing. Are these children by women he actually wanted, or were these just the ones he could get? Because there's where fellas get tripped up at. Most men don't really get an opportunity to be with a chick who's really fly. They don't get to have a chick who is really dynamite, who's really impressive when she walks in the door. So most fellas spend their lives chasing that experience like Captain Ahab Moby Dick. And if they and once they start getting older, he can no longer rely on youth and vitality. Now he's got to rely on status and resources. Okay, but you get charged a tax because you're not young and sporty. So do you see how it starts getting lopsided in what you have to do? So now if you start chasing and saying, I don't give a damn, I'm going to get it. Okay, now he starts chasing with resources. And when the chick see you thirsty and hungry, now she can start scheming when she sees, okay, you a little too eager to get it. Let me see if I can twist this to my advantage, and they can.
I think you might be right, because remember when he was hunting after Nicole Murphy? If y'all remember that, I don't know if you remember that, when he was hunting after Nicole Murphy, Eddie Murphy's ex-wife, and that didn't pan out. So I think he's chasing that it girl, and I think you might be right about that.
Yeah, I think that's the element and the aspect that's been missing there, is here, because we don't know what his ideal has been. And once you get to a certain point in your life, especially if you feel like you got all the money and status and whatnot, there's nothing left to do but to get exactly what you want. So whatever his ideal is that he's been chasing and pursuing, if he feels like that has not been fulfilled, brother, you only live once.
Yeah, that's true.
You can get took out any day. So when you start YOLOing, next thing you know, you at the gym. If you decide to YOLO today, And here we go.
This another thing that I got that pissed me off about this, man. I mean, dude, if you're trying to live out some type of kink fantasy, cool, do your thing. Why are you cupcaking on you're talking on the phone? Why are you doing that? She's lining you up. Dude, you have too much money, too much motion to be sitting over here talking on the phone with some girl you barely know. Like, I don't know about anybody.
Well, I mean,
else
no, he
here.
was with her for a couple of years. The issue was she was a security risk when she didn't sign an NDA.
She didn't sign an NDA? And he still dealt with her?
No. She did not. She refused the NDA. That's what she said in the lawsuit, and he still went forward. So that was the warning sign that lets you know that there's a problem, because now you're talking to her and moving forward with her, and it's a security risk from day one.
He put this on himself. He offered her the NDA and she refused to sign it, and he still dealt with her. Oh, he's crazy.
Like I say, definitely he dropped his guard. There's nothing smart about that. There's nothing intelligent about that. I feel like the reasons were competitive. If you feel like you've underachieved in your life, if you feel like you didn't really get this back during the age when you should have, if you feel like your intrinsic personal value is in question because of how you grew up, how you were seen when you were younger, you never really got the shine you felt like you were supposed to get, you may spend the rest of your life trying to compensate for that. And eventually that's what does that can become a real big problem when you're trying to compensate for your 20s. You need, as a man, you have to be okay with your 20s being over or your 30s being over. And whatever happened, you have to learn to make peace with that. If you attempt to relive it, there's going to be a whole bunch of folks out there who are going to see that's open for exploitation.
I think there's another perspective we can look at this, because we're seeing this with people who have too much access, too much opportunity, but may be stunted in growth. You look at Gilbert Arenas. Like,
you look at Kevin Hart.
Look at Kevin Hart.
Yeah, that's my whole point. We can all see the issue there. Kevin's not a tall guy. He stands on his wallet and he's 7 foot tall, but he makes jokes about it, but you can tell that bothers him.
Yeah.
It's always bothered him. So he can be funny, but this really bothers him. Whether it was Notorious B.I.G. I'm black, ugly, and rich, but what man says I'm black and ugly? This bothers him. So as men, we learn to have coping mechanisms. We learn how to, conceal our pain. Sometimes you learn to profit off of it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't still bother you.
Yeah. And it's crazy. It's crazy because okay, Gilbert Arenas, dude, you have money and resources. You're able to, feed your vices in a more subtle way. Why are you throwing gambling masseuse parties in your mansion with your logo on the poker tables to promote the illegal gambling? So it's something with these guys. And meanwhile, you look at Leonardo DiCaprio. He's out here living out his vices, only dating women below the age of 25. But he's doing it in a subtle way. So it's some type of... But
here's the thing. With Leo, it's one at a time.
Yeah.
Now, there's something that one of these... I say, when you're in these athletic circles, these hyper-competitive environments, it ain't enough to have one car. They want to have a fleet of cars. It ain't enough to have one house. They want to have a house in New York and L.A. and, in Miami. It's not enough to just have one. So they become very competitive because they got all this money and stuff. And what good is the money if it doesn't increase your status? Not among the women, but among the other men. So everything becomes a competition. Who got the most house? Who got the most cars? Who got the most hoes? Who got the flyest ones? Now it can't just be the women. You got to have stunners. You got to have a whole roster of stunners now. So it keeps getting bigger. It keeps getting more intense. So you can't just have one female. Now we got to have a whole harem of them. And nigga, you got behind the scenes. I got mine on Instagram, especially with these young cats. Because when Shannon was coming up, the internet was not the place you flexed. With these younger fellas today, it didn't happen if it didn't show online. If you can't show it online, then it didn't happen. So that's where they are. Even now, they've gotten to the point of becoming reckless.
Yeah. And it's crazy because okay, man, if I ever got that much access and resources and stuff like that, I would keep it you remember back in the day you have the guy that that had all the the access and the resources. He might have a woman around town that he's funded. He got her put up in a crib or something like that, and he'll when he's in town, he's gonna go check her out. But ain't no he's not out. It's low key. But now these guys are flaunting their side pieces and their concubines around and giving the concubines a voice and a name to eventually blast them.
Okay, but
and get leverage on them.
here's the mistake though, brother, because you're wrong about this. But let me explain to you why. The wife doesn't have to call Tony Busby. She got legal rights.
And deal with it, nigga.
This is the part that everybody's forgetting. The reason why these hoes got to go grab an attorney and try to sit up here and lie about the case, because the wife doesn't have to do that. She got a lawyer. She can call Gloria Allred, and she gonna shake you down. There's plenty of divorce attorneys. The wife got rights, so she doesn't have to resort to this old bummy ass back alley stuff. She got a bummy ass back alley court system that'll back her. So she doesn't have to fight for the $50 million. The judge gonna give her that off the rip on the count of the fact y'all got married. Everybody else got to lie to get it. That's the difference. But if the wives didn't have that in court, brother, every damn divorce settlement would be the nigga raped me. And I'm telling y'all right now, every divorce would be he raped me. I need $50 million.
Do you have any? And I've been kind of peeping Kevin Hart. He's kind of calmed down. Seemed like he's kind of figured out his lane when it comes to being in the limelight. Have you noticed anything about Kevin Hart lately and how he's been moving since the scandals?
I mean, look, he took it seriously. His wife, I think, did a very good thing for him and said, you're being too blatant. Kevin, you're being too reckless. That got his attention because she was right. So Kevin's built up a thing, and his whole thing has been becoming a brand and a production company. I think he took that very serious because it wasn't just that. It was some of his friends and stuff allegedly tried some, cutthroat stuff too, although it might have been him now. So I'm not sure who the bad guy is in the situation because some of the stuff I've seen is like, oh, Kevin, you moving real kind of evil over here, bro. What's going on?
Wait, Jason, you said Kevin was the perpetrator.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. From some of what we're seeing now, it's like, hey, Kevin, by the way, it's looking like you're the villain with some of the dudes around here. You put a case on them, but the evidence came out. It's like, oh, you kind of looking like the villain over here. So
if you seen the documentary where he was like, he had a whole ego maniac trip on his best friend out the blue, his quote unquote best friend, and say, "What have you done?" And I would have, and so I was like, "Oh man, this motherfucker Kevin is a psychopath."
Well, look, when you're unsure about yourself, when you have lack of confidence, you're prone to spaz out, and stuff that you should be saying to other people, like them hoes sitting up here fleecing you, now you taking it out on your mans over here. You see what I mean? So it's just stuff like, you niggas ain't working. Okay, them hoes around you that wasn't working neither, dude. I'm not getting, I ain't fleecing off you. So it might be something like that, but yeah, definitely he was moving kind of funny. I hope he's gotten his emotions together, but we'll see.
No, that's a fact, because the guy that he was like, that he was pretty much taking out all his anger on his former best friend. He was just an employee for Kevin. So it's like, Kevin, why are you going at? He was trying to,
By the way, meanwhile, he had one of his workers, and one of the females there, she broke her NDA and gone to talk to Tasha K. Remember? So
yeah.
So he wants to sue all of them. So far, y'all fellas out here, even if you ain't sleeping with them, his personal assistant sitting up here done broke the NDA and talking to Tasha K. So even if you're not sleeping with them, fellas, take a look what's happening out here.
We're getting somewhere. When are you going to give us a show about guys that have resources and opportunities, but they have fragile egos and they're not trustworthy guys? Like these guys who have a lot of resources and money and opportunity, but they're not really trustworthy and they have fragile egos. I think we might need a show on that, because these guys what do you say?
Okay, he's new here.
I don't think we got one like that. I don't think we really have one like that. Not that I know of.
Well, I mean, it would depend on the circumstances of it there, because I want to have a number of them to take care of. Although I'm almost sure I've dealt with that, just not by that name. But I don't know if necessarily the issue is guys having, quote, fragile egos. I think the issue is when you don't know what your purpose is, when you are easily misled, and when you are prone to try to satisfy other people's, what you estimate is their idea of you, that leaves you vulnerable. So if you really want to take a look at that, the program I did about Will Smith after he slapped Chris Rock, I talked about him and Kanye West, and notice what happened to them as a result. You know, when you leave yourself vulnerable, man, that's what happens to you. When you leave yourself vulnerable. A lot of fellas out here, they're getting money and they're not ready for it. Michael Jai White said about Will Smith, he said, that's what happens when you're not ready for power. You've been given power, but you're not ready for it. After all these years, you thought Will had a grip on it. Nope.
He dominated the game for like 20 years. How did he dominated the game for 20 years? It seemed like he was professional. He was media ready, media present and everything. I think Jada was just the weak link of his team, and she broke him down over time. But we need to update.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of these fellas out here, that's what's going on, man. What you all are finding out is that a man doesn't have to be an athlete to be in that boat. A man does not have to be an athlete. As a matter of fact, you might want to go check that program out, because I mentioned that then. That a lot of fellas out here think you have to be an athlete for it. We got anybody who gets given too much too fast. That's a problem. You got rappers, entertainers. That's why folk want to get into entertainment, because you can go from rags to riches relatively quickly. Right. That's the reason why they want it, because they want to get there quickly. Yeah, but you're not ready.
Jason, you're right, because Will was already married to his first wife, who seemed like a decent woman, who would have probably been better for his career.
If she married him, then let that say everything you need to know.
I'm not going to speak on her character, but he married her. I can.
First. Birds of a feather flock together. So let's be very clear about that. If she married him, only a certain type of woman's going to keep him happy for any real length of time. So
yeah.
And Will hasn't changed. This is who he's always been.
Wow. And then he jump ship to marry Jada. So he was he did come up too fast, because he was doomed from the start. You're right. Because that showed that he wasn't really ready. He jumped out of that marriage, jump ship, married Jada, which was a big mistake. He could have just stayed a bachelor,
Will wanted to, like Shannon Sharpe, this was not about lust. It wasn't about hypersexualization. Will Smith wanted to prove something to himself. Will Smith was always considered to be a soft type of rapper. And remember, he hit big right before the gangster rap wave took off.
Yep.
So just within a couple of years, he wound up being overshadowed. And with everybody saying, why do we need you here? So he's on TV. Yeah, you're making money, but the thing that gave you notoriety in the first place, you lost that. That got handed over to Death Row Records and Tupac. But that was specifically where it went. It went from Will Smith to Tupac. And there was a part of him that was trying to prove ever since that he's worth it, that he matches up, that he rates. And he was always a good lyricist, but that doesn't help us if you don't actually believe it. If you don't truly believe that you are good enough, then all the album sales in the world are not going to reinforce it to you.
But at the same time, his career kicked off and he went on a 20-year streak of just like killing it.
Okay, he went on a 20-year streak of making money. That doesn't mean that it solved his ego. You all are confusing him. He was a professional alpha. He was an alpha at the workplace in what he did. That speaks nothing to his character or his self-esteem. You have plenty of men who are wildly financially successful, and they are as deficient and inferiority complexed as you can be. A man's income has very little to do with his self-esteem. You would think they're hand in hand, and with some men they are, but there's a lot of men that the two are mutually exclusive. He does that for a living, not because that's who he is.
Okay, let's look at Denzel. Denzel seems like he's pretty much held it together. I did see one crack in his arm.
Then he comes back lately and tells you he's been using alcohol and heroin and a bunch of other drugs for 20 years. He just said that recently, now that he's getting ready to retire. Oh yeah. By the way, his daughter and her lovely wife.
What? I was just about to bring that up. His daughter came out. She's like 5'4", and some tall white lady is her wife or whatever. That was so that was like a crack. So it's just recently on the back end of Denzel's career.
Yeah, and by the way, and we didn't see any of this. We did not see any of this. So what does this tell you, brother? You've been naming all these people and all these situations and whatnot, and what it tells you is this: you don't know these people.
We don't.
You know is what their publicists and their handlers, the image that they have presented to you. This is why so many of them live in big houses with gates around them. You can't even get to them. You can't see them. You all don't know them. You just know what you think you know about them, but you don't know them. I'll let you have the last word.
They fooled me. I mean, I remember in the Spike Lee, Malcolm X, movie promotion, era and stuff like that. Denzel speaking on his morals, his traditional values and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, okay, he's from the same values and community standards that I'm from, and talking about how he wouldn't kiss the stories came out about how he refused to kiss Julia Roberts in that one movie. So okay, he said he doesn't want to kiss a white woman on screen because he doesn't want to insult his fan base, which is black women and the black community. So just to find out, damn, where are those values? Because your daughter, we're just now seeing your family. Your sons look pretty decent.
Yeah, that was for the general public's consumption. That was for the people's consumption. These people are products. And like I say, what did we learn about Denzel? That he's got a lot of it that's the same as everybody else. What is he telling to you now? He been drinking, he been drugging, he been sleeping with a bunch of women. All this time he been with Paula. The same stuff that you see the other folk get outed for. The thing was, he just kept it from getting out there. But it wasn't because he was doing anything different. So he gets 10 points for discipline. At least that whatever his operation has been disciplined and has been airtight. Now, the next only other question there is how many NDAs and settlements? I wonder. Thank you very much for giving us a call. How many NDAs and settlements? I'm not wishing anything. I'm just saying now the truth is coming out. Okay, let's have an honest assessment of what's really going on out there. Let's just have an honest one. All right, let me see. I got iPhone here on Zoom. I don't see anybody here. It looks like they got you trapped in a warehouse. iPhone, can I get you to turn a light on for me or something? If you're going to do a striptease or OnlyFans or something, I need something a little bit different there. So iPhone, I can give you a few moments here to get that together for me so I can see what's going on. But other than that, I'm going to have to do something different here. So I don't know why folks go out in the middle of the night or whatever and then call me up after that. They're on the run. They're hiding from ICE or Department of Homeland Security or something. And then they want to get on the phone with me.
We good? You see me?
All right, brother. What's on your mind?
Hey, man. Look, I was just thinking this shit, bro. And like how you was talking about the whole sex thing. And you hit in on that today. When you was like,
okay, I'll give him a few moments here to see if his signal restores itself because niggas is calling me from the McDonald's Wi-Fi.
What experience you learned that? So here's Wi-Fi.
Okay, try again, sir.
Okay, can you hear me?
All right, I hope it holds this time. Go ahead.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we hear you. Go ahead.
All right, bro. I'm saying, okay, so as people get older and they gain more experience and more.
All right, brother, I'm gonna have to let you go here. He's slaughtering my program here tonight, so I understand this. Sometimes folks call me from Starbucks. I get it. But you gotta do it when they turn off the Frappuccino machine. What? Folks, if you call me from Starbucks, you gotta wait till they turn off the Frappuccino machine. You can't do it while the Frappuccino machine is going. When you do that, it's static. It is difficult. So, at Starbucks, wait till the Frappuccino machine is done. At McDonald's, wait till the McFlurry machine is done. When that gets done, you should be clear. I want to send a message out to men tonight. I know a lot of you weren't raised with fathers in the home. I can't even tell folk about whether or not you had a dad in the home because most of them wasn't solid to begin with. So I can't even say if only they had a dad in the home, sometimes it helped. In a lot of cases, it didn't do a damn thing. So I can't say that that's necessarily the deal breaker in that result. But without masculine men accountable to other men, that's what's missing. Fellas, if you want to run through all the hoes out here, man, do what you do if you want to run through all of them. But I need to make sure you understand something. I am not kin on fellas out here trying to shame other men and, ooh, you shouldn't be doing that there because good men don't do that. And okay, good men is not lustful. They do not give in to the desires of the flesh. Okay, well, all right, you want to go preach it, folk, knock yourself out, although that doesn't make men want to be like you, but go ahead. Well, I am going to say, fellas, if you want to run through them, you can do that, but you got to have a plan today. You got to have a plan today. Especially if you're a man who wants to run through females who got options. Every chick today out here is trying to figure out if she can get in, where she fit in, and how to get herself raised up. This is where we are. This is where we at. You must move accordingly. If you're a man who ain't got nothing, ain't nobody worried about you. Nobody's going to slap a case on you. You don't have anything. So chicks have to deal with you from the gutter because you ain't got nothing to give. And if you're okay with dealing with them chicks on their last leg like that, you do what you do. You get the females who are naive or the females who done already run through all the options. Okay, hey, bro, I ain't hating on you. Do what you do. Do what you do. For the fellas out here, you moving in them high sixes, 7 figures or bigger, the game done changed. They have weaponized the system. It has been institutionalized at every level. Everyone has been mobilized and weaponized to undermine you and sabotage you and to ultimately try to destroy you. That's what everybody is on today. That's it. We're not on our way there. This is where we at. It's not just Diddy. You got so many males out here talking about how they got destroyed getting divorced. For a fellow who's making $50,000, $60,000 a year, the most a chick can get out of you is she has to marry you to get anything out of you. She's going to marry you because the bottom line is if you got more work ethic than her, she'll marry you, get you to go off and go buy a $300,000, $400,000 house, and then go ahead and divorce you. That's how she got to cash out. Hiring a lawyer to hit you up in civil court ain't gonna do nothing. She got to get you to get some assets before she can juice you and empty you out. That's how the game is going today. So there are a bunch of fellas out here, they're not getting married, but they got high worth, and you gotta move different. NDAs on deck. Make sure that she's contacting you. Everything has to be documented. You don't say nothing on the phone. And if she says anything that sounds even a little off, break contact. She got to go. If you have an abundance of, your guys who are trying to act like you got an abundance of options and don't, you have an abundance of options, she gets cut. I do not guarantee you that will always lead to no problems. I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you that. I said you got a weaponized system. I didn't say it's always going to be no problem. I'm saying you need to have a plan. You need to have a plan. And the plan today cannot be based, listen to me, Shannon Sharpe, Chris Brown, Shaquille O'Neal, anybody out there in professional sports and entertainment, whatever, Here's the bottom line. The plan cannot be based on good faith.
And deal with it, nigga.
You cannot base your plan on her good faith and your faith in her and y'all knowing each other. She's a double agent. That cannot be the basis of your plan is, well, I got faith in her. I'm dealing with her square, so she gonna deal with me square. That's not what it is. I need everyone to be aware that this is where we're at today. We're not on our way. This is where we're at today. In the chat room, Maul, it ain't got nothing to do with that. An NDA is like having a lock at a bank. Banks have vaults. Does that keep banks from getting robbed? No. Locks are not for thieves. Locks are to keep honest people honest. What? For those of you who didn't know, locks aren't for thieves. Locks are to keep honest people honest. Thieves walk in, nigga, it's a caper. It's a stick up. Everybody down. Understand what it's really about. Tiger Woods had an NDA on his girlfriend. She had been rolling with him for years. She knew what the deal was. She knew that his property was in a trust. For those of you who did not see my program I did about Tiger Woods a few years ago, I've already broken it down for everybody. Folks, stop trying to pretend there's some safe zone. Tiger Woods had an NDA with her, and she knew that his property was in a trust. He told her, you know what? I'm through with you. You got to go. She said, I'm not leaving the property. Tiger Woods' attorneys got involved. They lured her out of the house to the airport. And when she got to Orlando Airport, they gave her the eviction notice and said, you can go anywhere from this airport you want to go, but you cannot go back to his house. That's when she went and got a lawyer. I covered all of this. She went and got a lawyer, and she wanted to break the NDA. So they're showing everybody it's a damn scam because she then started talking about, oh, Tiger sexually assaulted me.
Oh, please.
All of a sudden, out of nowhere, she says, Tiger sexually assaulted me. I need to break the NDA and go publish a book. You can't hold me to the NDA. I need to break the NDA and publish a book because Tiger Woods assaulted me, so I'm not held to the NDA anymore. So that's the NDA stopped her long enough that Tiger and his people were able to go to court and prevent her from going back to the house. She couldn't get no money and she couldn't break the NDA. So it gave them something. They were not just walking around butt booty naked. His property couldn't really be taken because it's in a trust, and she was trying to overturn that too. By the way, she found some attorneys. Listen to me. She found some attorneys who were willing to take a run at it. Okay, they failed. They failed spectacularly, but it didn't prevent her from finding a couple of dirtbag lawyers who were willing to take a run at it. I'm not telling you that NDAs are a guarantee of anything other than you got an NDA. What it will do is the low-hanging fruit will be stopped. Folks have to think twice. People know that you thought this over. There are legal ramifications, and anybody who wants to back somebody's bogus ass play, they got something else to think about. You're going to have to, the only way you can get around the NDA is if a crime was committed. You're going to have to be able to prove that one was committed. In the case of old girl over here, she was claiming some greasy stuff was happening. Oh, they was having some rough sex. So she's like, oh no, even though I came back for third and fourth helpings, I didn't like it. So that's the game they're trying to play. As men, we have to adapt to the game. When you see that these are the bogus arguments that folks start making, you have to start taking a look at them, analyzing them, and then disarming them. That's the way that has to go. You know they're going to make bogus arguments. This is all about, did you put some defense in place? An NDA is like a prenup. Does a prenuptial guarantee that you will not have a bogus judge? No, it doesn't. But y'all are seeing it lately. All the clowns out there talking about NDA, the prenups don't work. And you're seeing that, yeah, they do. When they're executed, folks have gotten around them in the past. Attorneys have gotten better about substantiating them. Now, when they're executed a certain way, these hoes are just going into court with their lips poked out. You're not walking in falling on the mercy of the court and the mercy of the law. So no, having an NDA is not a guarantee any more than having a prenup is a guarantee. A prenup and an NDA are a guarantee that you did put something in place that your attorneys and your side can argue a case for. You're not just naked. At least there's something. Something that is real and something that's binding. At least there's something there. And any attorney that wants to take up their case, they have to think twice before they just jump into that. That's why they're only jumping at the very biggest guys. They're hoping they can shake them down and scare them up enough. Let's be very, very clear. If Shannon Sharpe was retired, this case never happens. If Shannon Sharpe didn't have Club Shay Shay and wasn't on ESPN, this case never occurs. It never occurs because everything would have been locked down too much. There wouldn't have been enough to get, and he would have been more likely to fight it all the way. So the attorneys were holding his job at ESPN hostage. That's what that was. The lawsuit was to hold his job at ESPN hostage. Just like suing Skip Bayless, it was to hold his job at Fox, I think it was, hostage. That was the point. If Shannon didn't have the ESPN job, he was more likely to fight it through to the end, in which case, he'll have us tied up for years and he'll win. He'll have us tied up for years and he'll win. Because he doesn't have an ESPN gig to defend. Why do you think Shaquille O'Neal doesn't have those problems? Shaq doesn't have those problems because he owns a bunch of businesses. You can't fire him from those. He's not dependent on a sportscaster gig, and he don't really give a damn if he gets fired from it because he's got plenty more paper coming in from everywhere else. So you can't use the same tactic with him. He's way more likely to fight you to the end, and he'll win. Shannon could have done the same thing. They realize he's more concerned about his public image. That's the lock they're trying to pick. Find somebody who's more concerned with maintaining their public image to keep some corporate job somewhere, and that's what you'll hold over their heads. When you don't have that to fight against, it gets harder because now the other person can fight you on principle. They're not trying to save their job. Well, he's probably going to fight us all the way to the end. Yeah, baby, we're looking for an easy win. People, they're looking for a settlement, not a trial. Let me say that again. They're looking for a settlement, not a trial. Every lawyer, every slip and fall, ambulance chasing ass lawyer, he doesn't want a trial. He wants a settlement. That's why they hit you hard and fast and blitz you and try to bring the world around your ears because they try to force you into a settlement. They try to make it so uncomfortable and so difficult on you that you'll jump at a settlement. They don't want a trial. That's why they hit Diddy like they did. They wanted a settlement, not a trial. They hit Shannon Sharpe like they did. They want a settlement, not a trial. Jay-Z, it was the same lawyer who went after Shannon Sharpe that went after Jay-Z. Jay-Z was not interested in a settlement. He wasn't going to do it. Then again, Jay-Z is retired from rap and he doesn't have a corporate job. He has corporate contracts and an agency. Whole different ball game. You can't hold it over him like you did the other people. So they go after guys that they think are particularly vulnerable. And if it doesn't work, then they realize it's going to be a hell of a whole lot harder. It's going to be a whole lot harder. So just understand what the real stakes are. You're understanding what the real stakes are. And what the actual mistakes are. The mistake isn't that you're a black male who wants to run through the hose. The white dudes are doing that. When folks, I am doing a nice program because I am rejecting fundamentally this idiocy that black males need to have fewer rights and fewer abilities than everybody else. No, I don't accept that. I do not accept that we should have fewer abilities than everybody else. Everybody else can live free as they want to. We better watch what we do and watch what we say and watch where we at and watch who we talking to. We got to watch that. No, I'm not going to accept that. I'm not going to accept that everybody else can do stuff and we need to put ourselves pigeonholed and we need to put shackles on ourselves and we need to put leashes on ourselves and we better hold ourselves down. We better keep ourselves in line. Man, don't you understand? That's mental slavery. You're not breaking any law. If they don't want their white daughters getting flip-flopped, man, that's on your gene pool. You know the rules. Your little gal called him. Your little gal called him. I am not going to accept in any form or fashion, oh, you can't drive that car, you can't be over here, you can't be stunting, you can't overachieve, and everybody else can? Okay, some of y'all need to check yourselves to see, by the way, are you accepting your own mental slavery? Maybe you want to figure out if you're accepting your own mental slavery. In the chat room, Tricky Nick, I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. I would like to get some clarity on it. I'd like to get some clarity on that. Let me go ahead and get Tricky Nick to go ahead and give me a call up here. Let me go ahead and throw this link to the Zoom up here one time for you here. Tricky Nick. I don't want anybody else but Tricky Nick to give me a call here right now. So Tricky Nick, we're going to give you a few minutes here. I would like to get clarity on that. I'd like to find out a little bit more. I'd like you to go ahead and help spell it out for us here. Can you feel me? I'd like to get a little bit more clarity on this. No, we ain't going to roast you. We're not going to roast you, Nick. We're not going to roast you. We're not going to roast you here, Nick, but I need to get some details. I need some details. I need details. This idea that black males need to censor themselves, need to control themselves. Now, nobody else got to do that. Nobody else has to do that. Understand something. When somebody sits up here and gets you to start putting chains on yourself and restrictions on yourself and limits on you that they're not observing. Now, there's where I got the issue. I'm not interested in chasing white chicks myself personally like that. Nothing against you there. It's just, I think there's plenty of folk out there for y'all to choose from, and you got the pick of the litter. So, do what you do. Knock yourselves on out. I don't have to advocate for it, but the idea that, by the way, everybody else better keep themselves in line but the white men don't have any limitations whatsoever. Nobody tells the white men that they are too lustful and hypersexualized, and their sexuality and sexual habits have never been demonized. They're told they can do whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want. They got a right to black women. Okay, so the white men got a right to black women, but the black men have to file a a mortgage application for whatever they want. No. Whatever list of restrictions you give me, no, you got to have the same restrictions on you. We may not all be equally comfortable, but I'll be damned if you're going to make us unequally uncomfortable. We're all going to be equally uncomfortable. So whatever limitations there are for me, those will be you are describing the limitations that will be imposed on you. What you won't do is say, this is a limitation on you, Jason, but the rest of us, we're going to be good. No, that's not the way that's going to work. That's not going to work that way. And I don't want you all to accept that. It is not a joke or a game or simply symbolic when every time you turn around Hollywood, you got some black female, whether she's mixed or not. The white men make it very clear she's open game. You take a look at your news corporations and your newscasters, man, they're crawling all over your colleges. They get the pick of the litter, your best and brightest, your prettiest and most presentable. They first in line to go grab those, but then they tell you what you're not supposed to do. First, they tell you that you can't have the women you want. Next, they're going to tell you can't have women at all. What? Next thing you know, they tell you that you can't have women at all. The only thing you can have is another dude. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing taught us this. When they start maneuvering you into that situation, that position, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing taught us this. Tricky Nick, not really sure what you're doing there, bro. We're waiting on you here. Okay, I got somebody up here. He's not named Nick. Let me see if he's on here. Is this Nick? Turn off your speaker, sir.
My bad. I had to turn it down, JB.
Okay, is this Nick?
Yeah, that's just my name. My name's Chris.
Congratulations, Nick. Now, please explain to me. I'd like some details.
I mean, yeah, I was just saying because it seems like anytime you fool with a white woman, bad things happen. That's all I was saying.
I think that's a very interesting statement you would make. I think that's very apropos. I also think it has some very historical and current significance to it. By the way, brother, can you name anything that black men fool with that people don't try to criminalize or prosecute us for?
I mean, they try to do us bad in every manner. Like I said, I just try to stay away from white women.
Right, but my whole point is, I mean, is there anything that has been deemed as safe and fair game and there's no problem for us? Anything?
Not at all.
And I'm not the white woman whisperer. You all know me. I'm not here to advocate, and I'm not here to say, hey, a Becky for you and a Becky for you. I'm not here to do that. That's not my thing. I'm not here for it. I also don't go around, policing fellas in that regard. I got plenty of fellas out here. They're interracially married and everything else. I'm like, okay, just as long as you're not doing it from an unhealthy place, which they generally tend to do, there's where the real problem comes in. They're very unhealthy about it. But we can't really name anything that is not demonized simply because we show up. Everybody, they police our sexuality. They police our buying habits. Case in point, I've never been one of these dudes who's a clothes horse. I've never been that dude. I'm a workhorse. I'm not a clothes horse. I'm not a show horse. I like to show productivity. I don't really like to show symbolism in that regard. But I'll tell you right now, there's if y'all want to look up something, and shout out to my man Melly Mike. Shout out to my man Melly Mike, Young, Black, and Rich. That's the tune right there. I was talking about it when nobody else was talking about that song. In the last few months, it's really blown up because there's been this thing about the Indonesian boat kid and the Indonesian boat race, and it's showing this kid, and he's on this, they have the boat race in Indonesia, and this kid is like swag surfing, standing on the front of the boat. It's real crazy to look at. It's very entertaining. And somebody put it to Melly Mike's Young, Black, and Rich. Man, it's done blown up. tens of millions of views all over Instagram. Is blown up. And now next thing you know, you start seeing it's become a trend. Okay, but the trend is you see other people, they're like standing on their cars doing it, doing the same thing the kid was doing while playing Melly Mike's Young, Black, and Rich. I've seen Asians. I've seen white folk. I just saw some Brits today, some white Brit folk today doing it in a Maybach GLS 600. So they're sitting up here with the car bouncing as it rolls by, and they're doing the dance, surfing like the kid was doing. Aura farming. Thank you, LPG. Y'all can look, there was aura farming. And there's a bunch of white dudes hanging out of a Maybach GLS 600 as it's bouncing by as it rolls by. Now LeBron James also did once, played the song. I actually played the song. He wasn't aura farming, but he played the song. And I'm like, you know what? That's good. That's great. That's cool. Shout out Melly Mike. You need it. That everybody need to hear that song. It's a great song because it's called Young, Black, and Rich. It's a great song, but it's also a good song. It's not just the title. It's also a very good song. Y'all should listen to it. My point is, I didn't see a bunch of black folk doing that. I saw a bunch of white women, bunch of white men, some Asians, bunch of Latinos. I didn't see I didn't see a bunch of results for black folk doing it. Melly Mike came from us. Everybody else, I'm like, hey, y'all have fun with it. Buy the song. You know, make him young, black, and richer. And what I'm saying is that's legit. Now that's legit. Tens of millions of views. Nobody talking about that's ghetto and this, that, and the other. Now, if the only thing that we do is change the race of the folk in the Maybach as it bounces by, that's the problem. These niggers are always doing all this old ghetto stuff here. I don't know why Mercedes put that function in there doing that. That's just regular. There's where I think we lose the plot. When you have incorporated that hatred that the society has in yourself, when we start incorporating ourselves and then we start becoming hyper vigilant to make sure, we don't want them to think less of us here. They already do that. And find the squeakiest, cleanest black man you can who they ain't try to slap a case on. Name him, try it, and see what happens.
Yeah.
We can't be clean enough, innocuous enough, straight-laced. Tiger Woods did every damn thing he could to divorce himself from us. How'd that help him?
It didn't at all.
He did everything he could to keep himself being the target, and there he was. Yeah. So I'm just saying, objectively speaking, brother, you can be the blackest black man in America, never touched a white woman, ain't even thinking about one. That it's like, okay, don't worry, we'll come up with something else. Don't worry, we'll come up with something else. You black on soil, we'll come up with something else. We can't come up with it, we'll make it.
Yeah, it's always a problem when it comes to us, bro. I'm cut the check. I'm with you 100%.
Well, here's my thing. And yes, you're absolutely correct about the racial component to it. Absolutely. You're 100% right about that. No doubt about it. I just don't want us to fall into the trap of thinking that that's the only issue. Or even that is the issue. The issue is not her whiteness. The issue is your blackness.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's why I was saying, when it comes to wealth extraction, brother, I mean, you can't name an athlete or entertainer that didn't get taken to the damn cleaners. They make sure about that. What happened to Michael Jackson's estate? How about Prince? How about Aretha Franklin? I can go down the list. What happened there? So they're looking for an end. I just want us to be clear about what it is. And I'm not cool with the idea. Choking a 19-year-old white chick. They'll choke black women all damn day.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Travis Kelce, I mean, they got bed winches hanging all over the damn place. I just don't think that, I don't believe that exuding powerlessness makes us less of a target. And that does not mean go grab you a Becky be empowered. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't think that trying to appear as harmless as possible, I don't think that actually helps us. Now, what I don't want is the Cooning thing. I don't want niggas out here like Tim Scott and he's just cheesing. This is the only thing my life was missing. You know, because case in point, we didn't even know Shannon was fooling with the gal till she filed the suit. So it wasn't like he was running around bandying and talking about, yeah, I got me a cute little 20-something. It wasn't like he was doing that. He kept that undercover.
Yeah, she did that on purpose, bro. She got all that evidence and then, made her play.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that he kept that as low-key as humanly possible. So it wasn't like he was out here just bandying about it. Yeah, this is what y'all missing. This is why I don't deal with these black females. He wasn't on some Demetrius Johnson nonsense. He wasn't doing that. There were other mistakes that were being made, but it's just, for when it comes to that part of it, I want us to just be aware. I know y'all ain't sitting up here talking about, Jason, I'm so glad you said that. Let me go get me a Becky and a Wanda and a Sue. I don't think you're gonna do that, but I do want you to understand how manipulation works psychologically and societally. I'm not saying that you want a white female. What I'm saying is that, by the way, are these limitations that you placed or are these limitations that somebody else placed on you?
Definitely, it placed them on us. I don't want no mayonnaise sandwich.
Right. And here's my thing. And you may never want that. You may never want that. My question is, what's stopping you? Now, there's where we decide whether you're a man. Was this your decision, or was this a decision that has been imposed on you and that white female is symbolic of something else? You can't have the white, don't think you're going to grab the little 19-year-old white chick, and don't think you're going to go grab the young new white chick or the young new white car or the young new white house or the young new white neighborhood, even if they chose me. Even if the car chose me, I still shouldn't take it. Even if the house chose me. Okay, well, because the girl can speak. But by the way, I got a title here for this car. So even if the car chose me, I still shouldn't do that. I'm just telling you, when you start giving up ground, it keeps going. Even if you never want them, that's fine. But it should be your choice about that never. It should be you saying, yeah, I have the power to do it. Because, brother, like I say, as black men, we got the power to have, we ain't never had an issue getting access to white women. That has not been the problem, do we got access to them? We have always had access to them. The only having the power to be with a white woman is not the question. The choice is. We've always had the power to do it. The real thing is when somebody tells you, no, you don't. And it doesn't matter if you never want to exercise that power. You may go the rest of your damn days and never use it. Okay, but that should be your decision not to have that power. That should not be something that somebody walked in and said, I've taken that from you. Because if they can do that, brother, they're not going to stop there. And they haven't. They're not going to stop there. And they haven't.
Yeah, I think they scared a black man with any type of power. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, because in their minds, it's a zero-sum game. If you're winning, then by definition, they must be losing.
Facts.
And that's the mentality they bring to it. You cannot be winning if they're not losing. They don't understand it can be a win-win. Because their world is built around supremacy. Well, supremacy means only one.
Mm-hmm.
When you're thinking of a world of merit and equality, which means there can be many. Everybody can eat. But if you're in a world based on supremacy, then by mathematical definition, there can only be one. So either he's eating or you eating, but you can't both be eating. So one of you gonna eat, one of you gonna starve. And you're like, dude, there's enough. You're over here morbidly obese. There's enough for everybody. And he's like, yeah, but there's not enough power for everyone. So you see, I'm here to decide. If I don't decide if you can eat or not, then you'll be deciding if I can eat or not. It's like, well, nobody's even trying to do that. Well, I don't feel secure without it. And that's what you're dealing with. In a world built on supremacy, only one of you can eat. There's only one slot. There's only one position. There's only one place. Ain't no two slots. So by definition, if you're winning, you must have moved him and now he can't eat.
Yeah, and see, black people don't even think like that. We the most accepting group out of everybody, but it's never reciprocated.
And the issue there is not having a savior complex or something like that, being naive. We've tended to be criminally naive. And in this mission, if you will, to even the world out and whatnot, it's left us in a compromised position because we've adhered to an ideology of being naive, or at least our behavior has equated to severe naivete. Even if we weren't naive, the behavior has been running alongside naive behavior. That's a problem. When you're around people who are slick and cunning, but you're acting like you're naive, even if you're not, you're acting like it, you're going to get taken advantage of, man. Right. You're going to get took. That's what's going to happen is you're going to get took. My whole thing is making sure we don't get took like that. That's my whole thing is making sure we don't get took like that. If you make decisions, they should be your decisions. And this idea that everybody else can do whatever they want to and they can run through all the chicks and do this, that, and the black men better police themselves and better check themselves. Just that mindset alone, I know you're not going to stop there. And you haven't. That's all part of a plan. Because remember, whiteness is not a skin color. Whiteness is a socio-political disposition.
Facts.
Whiteness is a culture. Whiteness is not a woman. White women are not women. White women are a culture. It's a socio-political disposition. What Malcolm X said, when you say you're black, you're just describing an incidental characteristic. When white people say they're white, they're not describing an incidental characteristic. They're describing something else. They're saying, I'm boss. When you say I'm black, you're not saying I'm boss. When they say I'm white, that doesn't, when the white person looks you in the face and says, I'm white, he's not telling you, like, I can see you're white, sir. I mean, okay. No, he's telling you something else. He's telling you what
smell like bacon. That's crazy.
Well, he's telling you what his rank is.
Right.
Now, whether or not he can enforce that rank, we'll see. But he's telling you what his rank is. So that's what I'm saying. A white woman is not just a white woman.
That's a symbol, yeah.
Yeah, that's symbolic. And you can be in the wrong mall, and that's the white woman. You can be on the wrong block, and that's the white woman. If you doing too much, and then you'll have black folk telling you shouldn't do that, brother, because I'm sure you've seen that in your life. Why you need to have that expensive car? Yeah. Why you got to go buy that house over there? Why you got to go to that store? Why you got nobody else is being talked to like that, but they'll be quick to tell you, why do you have to do that? So that self-policing and self-restriction thing, you'll actually find out it goes deeper than that. Next thing you know, everybody else is traveling the world and going wherever they want to, and you've kind of just hobbled yourself off. Oh, and everybody's telling you how great you are for doing that. And didn't we notice, by the way, nobody else is doing it? Why are they so insistent that I gotta do it?
Yeah, it just pissed me off that it's always a problem when it comes to us, but anybody else can do anything and it's fine.
Well, here's my thing about it. I want to give you something else to think about, because the statement you made was thinking you can choke a 19-year-old white girl and get away with it. And I'm just like, yeah, what do those optics say? Those optics say dominance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, brother, that's leave the sex out of it all together. If you do that, it takes on a whole new meaning.
Mm-hmm.
Let's eliminate the sexual factor from it all together. Just the optics of you being able to handle a white female that way.
She even said that. She said it's not going to look good on you, Shannon.
Right. And so did Tony Busby know that. What I'm saying is the society lets you know they don't even like the optics of that. Now, it doesn't matter how much she likes it, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even want you intruding on the optics of having that kind of dominance. Even if she's sitting there talking about she likes getting choked like that. I want a man who put me in my place. They don't even want the optics of you doing that. You've seen that with black police officers. They don't like the optics of black police officers subduing white folk, much less white women. He's doing his job. Now, they can smack up you and your mama and beat you with billy clubs, and that's legit. But just the optics of that. So I'm just saying, do you see how quickly we moved from you cannot do that with a female you're sexually involved with, you cannot do that with a white woman, period. Even if it's my job, even if I'm a police officer, hell no. Lieutenant Michael Byrd, Ashley Babbitt is storming the damn Capitol. Look here, ma'am, this far and no farther. He does his job as a Capitol Hill police officer, and the white supremacist has been upset ever since. This one was involved in an insurrection. Literally storming the American Capitol, and yeah, a black man doing his job to enforce the law, and they're not upset with her for storming the Capitol. They're upset with him because, he shot the woman. No, he's a black man who did that. And when they're honest, ain't that right, Tucker, white supremacist Carlson? When they're honest about it, they admit that the problem is black men shouldn't be able to do white folk like that. The optics of a black brother, the optics of a black man being able to kill a white woman with impunity.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't Donald Trump bring him to the White House and congratulate him? For being a great American, right, like he did with Daniel Penny. Why doesn't he do that? Because you can't argue that he was doing his job. He absolutely was. The optics of a black man exercising power over a white woman, and she has to accept it. That's the violation. And what I'm telling you is that, yeah, we can accept that in one regard, but just understand, if that wasn't our choice that's been imposed on us, this will be imposed on us elsewhere. Next thing you know, you got white women smacking you up, and you, the black man, back on the damn plantation. She's on video smacking you up, and this one, ma'am, you need to love Jesus. You need to quit hitting on me, ma'am. And you know it. So let me get this straight. We didn't come off on the plantations. If I showed you an old plantation video of a white woman slapping the black man up, you'd be like, man, he needs to lay her down. I show it to you today. Well, you got to be chivalry and all. Now it's chivalry? Really? Yeah. Really? But if a black female is on the subway and starts get a black female who's a size 20, starts slapping on a white man, and they'll be upset with him if he doesn't lay her smooth slap the hell out. They'll be upset with him for not doing it. So I wanted to take an opportunity there. You made a very interesting post. I understood why you did it. I wanted to have that conversation about that so I could illuminate for everybody. By the way, just understand where we're really looking at. That's not isolated unto itself. It's not isolated unto itself. The issue was not the sexual aspect. The issue is a black man having the optics of exercising authority, dominance, supremacy, power over a white woman. And the real thing is this is to send a message to all of us, because what the message that you got from it, and this is what I wanted to get to. The message you took away from it was not don't have sex with white women. That wasn't what you took away from it. What you took away from it was stay away from white women.
Yeah. Yeah.
Message received.
Yeah.
Y'all better not mess with our women. Okay, is that going to be reciprocated? Oh, hell no. Oh, absolutely not. But you better not mess with our women. Okay, that's very interesting. So I just wanted you to understand, you have no sexual designs on them whatsoever, but just recognize what your takeaway was. Stay away from white women. This sounds like Jim Crow to me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm black only, like them old water fountains, man.
And that's fine. That absolutely is. But you are also in a competitive society.
Right.
I cannot promise you that the best accountant, the best lawyer, the best, secretary, the best nurse, I cannot guarantee you that won't be a white female.
Yeah, yeah.
I cannot guarantee you that. So just see how that disease will spread. You may be under circumstances that may be numerically, objectively the best option, but you have been psychologically cowed into being predisposed to, I'm supposed to avoid that, even if it's at your detriment.
Right.
Meanwhile, the white fella over there will not hesitate to come to your black female if she's the best option for whatever he's looking for. He won't stop an inch. He won't slow down 1 millimeter if that's in his best option. So no brakes on him to doing what's in his best interest. And you're over here second guessing yourself and checking this invisible, intangible list of qualifications that you have to meet before you can take action. Think about that for a few moments. In business, how can you be the best business if you have to go down a list of stuff before you take action? Isn't it usually dominated by the ones who move first? Meanwhile, we're like, okay, let me check in on this. Well, so like I say, this is not about what your preferences are. Your personal preferences where you get your loving, that's up to you. Knock yourselves out. That's what it is. But just recognize that component with the white women, that's part of a greater mosaic. If it were just isolated by itself, this would be a different situation. But it's not. It's not isolated among itself. The way you took it, that was the goal. That was the goal right there, is that when you took it as stay away from white women, what you're showing is that you are not competitive. Because here's my point, brother. Some of you would be business owners. I am. Sometimes if you need to hire white women, think about that for a few moments. If the only people who will hire them, do business with them or whatever are white men, well, doesn't that give white men a whole bunch of power over them?
Right. Yeah.
So by him going out and threatening and terrorizing the black males, well, guess what? That cuts off an avenue over there. So the white women, the white women are solely dependent on him. See how that played into his hands? So
yeah,
do you see why white women have always ventured across that line for centuries? Because they understood it.
Yeah, I looked at it as me just trying to, stay as black as possible and, put my money and my love and everything into, black people or whatever. But what you're saying is correct. You're not lying for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, and if we were independently economically viable, that would all be perfectly reasonable. We are certainly need to give investment to it, and we do, and we should continue to. Absolutely. I'm just taking this as an opportunity to show you all the dimensions that this takes. It's not just, relegated to one thing. This has got levels to it. And the one that to you is most appealing and most understandable is, being sexually engaged with white women in a white supremacist society, you're asking for trouble. They want you to think that. So first of all, and we all understand that. So yeah, they want you to think that. And I'm just like, okay, well, does it stop there? Oh, it doesn't.
No.
And I see how this is a power dynamic. And if I thought it would stop in one place, I probably wouldn't say very much about it, because if it's something that you own, all right, I'm not interested. If he bought a house, I'm not interested in hijacking his house. Okay, it's not that serious. I'm not home invading. It's not that serious. But when they start telling you what you can and cannot do, even if you never want to do it, brother, even if you never want to do that, the issue with being a citizen of the city that you're in, and then folks talking about you can't walk on this side of town. I'll be damned. I'm paying the taxes in the whole damn city like everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm paying the taxes here like everybody else. How the hell are you going to tell me I can't come over here? This is our neighborhood. You don't live over here.
You don't belong here.
You may be absolutely correct about that. I don't live over there, but I have every right to be there. Because if a white woman wants to come jogging down your street, you don't get to tell her where she gets to live and what she don't get to do and where she belongs. She's going to let you know very quickly. And think about that as black folk, well, white folk, they can go anywhere they want to go there. Okay, they can, but we can't. At that point, now we're kind of incorporating that into ourselves. I need you all to be okay with having the power and capability to do something that you never intended to actually act on.
Okay. Yeah,
I need you to understand you must have that capacity, even if your intention is to never act on it. Brother, how many times today did you think about running down 3 people?
0.
How many times today did you think about hanging out the window and letting the gap bust?
0.
Okay. You know why? Because you put a barrier in your mind that says, I won't do that unless my life is in a certain level of jeopardy. But then again, I could be wrong. Are you telling me that you could never conceive of a circumstance under which you might do something like that?
I mean, no, to protect myself, but yeah, I'm not a hood dude. I'm just a
Okay.
regular.
I mean, well, it depends. The world might bring the hood out of you. But the bottom line here is what I'm saying is none of you thought about today, at least most of you, I hope didn't. None of you thought about today about I'm gonna run 3 folk over in my Tahoe. Or, let me go ahead and get this damn AK over here and let it start singing a song. I don't think any of you thought about that today, but you need to have the capacity. Just because that's not your intention, what you're now precluding is that there will not be circumstances under which that's the most viable option. Okay, but if you preclude that before you start, well, Jason, I don't ever want to do that. I don't ever want to have that. You know what? And I hope it never happens to you. And let's just assume it never does for the remainder of your days. That day never actually occurs. You never actually had to do that. You should still have the capacity.
Okay, I didn't even think about my comment as like a cowardice comment, but since you explained it differently, like I understand it. Yeah, that is cowardice. Even if I don't want to do it, that was a cowardice statement.
It should be your choice. You should have the capacity to do anything you want to do, even if you never have the intention or desire to act on it. Your intention or desire to act on it is not what empowers you. The operative word in empowerment is power. I have the power to do it. I have the ability. I have the capability. There's nothing stopping me except I have made the decision I will not do that. And that should be the only thing that prevents you from doing something that is not heinous. Is I've chosen not to do that. I have the power to do it. Otherwise, the only other way I will accept it is if nobody has the power to do that. Okay, hey, I can't do it because nobody can do it. Okay, I can't jump from here to the moon. Okay, nobody can do that. All right, I can make peace with that. Now, if I see Elon Musk's ass jumping from the moon, okay, and then Elon come back and say, wait a minute, Jason, now I can do it, but you can't really do that. Why not? Well, look at the moon. Doesn't it look white, like a white woman? Man, if you don't get the hell out of my damn way. Well, why do you want to go up there? You've never been there. Well, if you're going, I want to see what you're seeing. There must be, even if I get up there and be like, this is whack. Okay, I'm going to go up there and go see how whack it is, and then I'm going to jump my ass back down. But if you got the power to do it, why are you trying to tell me I shouldn't have it? Because the only thing that's good for is giving you a monopoly on something. You will is practically never you're going to see somebody telling you to put limits on yourself and they're putting those same limits on them. So if that's not what you're seeing, then that's not what we're seeing. We got questions. Yeah. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just not an advocate for people putting limits on me that they're not putting on themselves. If you're going to put that limit on me, then I need to first see that you have already placed that limit on yourself. And it can't be an arbitrary one. If you're going to say that it's illegal and punishable by law to mess with white women, oh, great. Then it also needs to be illegal and punishable by law for a white man to mess with a black woman. If white women have to be solely dependent on the white man's economy and that he'll threaten anybody else, then black women need to be solely dependent on the black man's economy and they can't be allowed to opt outside of that, and the white men need to fall back. And just you deal with your white women, and if they're good enough to handle everything you need, make it do what it do. But other than that, you don't get to go hire black women to make up the shortfall. If those are going to be the rules on us, punishable by law, then those should be the same things imposed on you, punishable by law. If we have to settle for what we got, then you got to work with whatever you got and settle with that. And then we are all equal. Until then, I ain't going to line up for nothing there, but I'm like, oh, don't come crying to me. I'm not going to go chase her, but don't come crying to me talking about, oh gosh, golly gee, Shannon Sharpe is over there strangulating them heifers.
And deal with it, nigga.
Don't sit up here and call me for that. Shannon Sharpe got him over there turning colors. I'm like, okay, don't call me. Look, it's a free market. It's a free market. Don't come telling me y'all need to come get Shannon. Get Shannon for what? Doing the same thing Travis Kelce was doing? Okay, so y'all didn't come get Travis Kelce. He can do what he do, but we got to come get Shannon. Oh, y'all gotta come grab Shannon. He doing too much. I'm not gonna say the rest of that because YouTube might not let me, but some of y'all already understand. Don't call me to stop nothing. Don't call me to stop nothing. Shannon got them all sitting up here multicolored looking like blow pops. What? And if they liking it, I'm loving it. As long as they all call Shannon up to get stranglized, okay. If they say, well, I want to feel them big black muscles, okay. They call Shannon up to get the strangulation. All right, well, just let white girls do what they gonna do. White girls just want to have fun. So Shannon is over there putting them in the good night Irene. Shannon's over there putting them in a sleeper hole. Okay, well, hey, that's how your 19-year-old daughter get down. She gets down like that. Shannon is just serving the community. Shannon is just serving the community. Don't hate the player, hate the game. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I want to thank everyone who's contributed to a nice program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo, Shy here to my man, Rakai Media, JM, Corporal ST Smith, Gabe I, Tech and Peck, and everybody else here. Thank you very much for your support tonight. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the definitive school of power dynamics. We do what nobody else does because nobody else can. Click that red subscribe button. Click that notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. We are starting something new over there on Patreon. I'm looking at a book list. So I made that announcement here last week, but it's now official. So for members on Patreon, I've been asked about this for years and years. And I've never been a great big person on books, but I certainly do have a list of them that I think are very, very good that I've used myself. People are always asking me, what did you read? What was the stuff that you studied there? So we're going to start doing that over there on Patreon now. I've been asked about it for years, and I just finally said, you know what? Let me stop. Let me go ahead and let folks know about it. Let me stop withholding the information. But what we're going to do is probably have some in-depth conversations about it. I don't want to just give you a reading list. My thing is not just to hit you with a reading list. My thing is to have a different conversation. So we're not going to just have a reading list. We're going to have an in-depth conversation on these things. So be looking for that. Going to have more information for you all for that here tomorrow. So be looking to check that out as well. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program, live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.